going to require a commitment to its execution, a commitment to the day-by-day, step-by-step devotion to the process. So it's clear too that more frameworks are going to grow out of this policy and executing it. Too much? Again, I don't think so. This policy takes into account that many laws will have to be updated. In addition to the Cybercrime Act of 2015, as mentioned earlier, there's the goal of strengthening important legal frameworks around virtual currencies, for example, around cybersecurity writ large with NG CERT and other sectorial CCERTs, and around data protection, among others. Laws and frameworks cannot be static, as we mentioned earlier, just as the nature of cyber threats are not static. The cybersecurity landscape and cybercrime fighters are often playing catch up. So frameworks by necessity must be flexible, responsive, and most important, implemented to be effective. Here in Nigeria, to deliver the objectives of this 2021 National Cybersecurity Program, there's an implementation plan, and I was honored to take part last week in one of the sensitization workshops, the one for judges and legislators. There, I talked about the part of the strategy that relates to international cooperation. The national policy calls for developing effective multilateral and bilateral coordination mechanisms. This includes establishment of frameworks and channels for mutual legal assistance, facilitating cross-border investigations, prosecutions, and transfer of digital evidence, as well as related cross-border processing of cyber criminals. To this end, stakeholders are to collaborate and share relevant information with global partners, as well as international and multilateral organizations, such as Interpol and other such organizations. It says further that we shall promote sustainable cooperation and partnership amongst stakeholders to prosecute and combat transnational cybercrime. Certainly, an important step towards effective implementation of this provision would be to complete the accession process to the Budapest Convention. The full comprehensive implementation plan has a reasonable lifespan, 5 years with annual reporting. It calls for policy guidance, monitoring, and review of the implementation plan. As noted in the conclusion, as Nigeria sets out to implement the strategic measure and unlock national potentials for ensuring progressive use of the nation's cyberspace, all stakeholders have a mandate to make conscious effort to balance the security, social, and economic imperatives of cyberspace with the cybersecurity needs of government, industry, academia, and the international community. We look forward to a cyber domain that is strongly and fairly protected, where we can engage with confidence and where cybercrimes can be effectively addressed in Nigeria and around the world. We look forward to partnering with you in this process. We look forward to working with you in establishing and effectively implementing frameworks within areas of our shared mandate, that is, to better enforce cybercrime, to more effectively deal with digital evidence, and to work with the judiciary and as well as others in the law enforcement space. We look forward to seeing progress in this endeavor. Thank you once again for having me in this important program.
Thank you very much, Taya Hales, for that presentation. I believe we'll still have the opportunity to have her, or to have you respond to some questions. If we have questions from the audience, please, members of the audience may have questions, please indicate with the raise of hand. The topic that she delivered on was the frameworks upon frameworks and more frameworks. Too much, or there's still need for more? Anyone has any question for our resource person? Okay, someone in the audience. Please tell us your name and introduce yourself and ask your question.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Good morning, everybody. All protocols duly observed. My name is Iweze Rose. I'm actually a consultant on occupational health and safety and environment as well. My question is, in the US, when there are hikers or hackers, how do they normally handle? Because even for you to hack is a skill. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not sort of supporting it, but in the United States, how do you normally, address or treat cyber hackers or cyber crime persons? Thank you. Did you get the question at all?
Did you get the question?
I'm not sure. Was the question, how in the United States do we deal with hackers, with computer intrusions?
Yes. Do you have like a legal, of course, there should be a legal, way of handling it, but just tell us so that we can be able to also probably learn from it. Thank you.
There is a statute that criminalizes computer hacking. I think it's 18 United States Code 1030, but I'd have to double check the exact number. But there would be a criminal investigation. And of course, it would depend on the level of harm in terms of the type of prosecution that would take place. But there would be a criminal investigation and possibly a prosecution, depending on all of the facts and circumstances, because there is legislation in place that criminalizes that. And there have also been occasions where some of those individuals have taught law enforcement some of their skills after the arrest. And there's those sorts of discussions and negotiations can sometimes take place.
Okay, thank you very much. Did you get it? Are you fine? Okay, thank you very much. Any other question? Okay. Please tell us your name, introduce yourself, and go on with your question. Thank you.
Well, my name is Babangida Danhausa. I'm a CCIE from the National Assembly. My question is, in the US framework regarding the hackers, we have the white hat hackers and the black hackers. What provision is or has been made to protect the white hackers? For example, a black hacker may tend to hack into an organizational database, gain access, or in the process of gaining the access, it explodes. The intrusion detection system may have reported his action, and the computer emergency response team detected and arrested him. In defense of his action, he said, "No, I'm a white hacker. I'm just trying to see how where are the vulnerable ports in the network. Just trying to know the weak points in the network." That is not enough to defend yourself.
So what is your question, sir?
My question, is there any way that a baseline for registering hackers, white hat hackers, made in the framework?
Okay. Did you get that, please?
I think I got it. And if I understand the question, it is what provisions is in US law is made for distinguishing a white hacker from a black hacker? The white hacker being one who is trying to test the system, and the black hacker being someone with criminal intent, a nefarious actor. Is that the question? Do I understand the question? Okay. Well, US law has a provision, and I think most criminal law does, of criminal intent. And that would be a part of proving that someone is attacking a computer for a nefarious purpose. If someone is a white hacker and the evidence proves that this person had no nefarious purpose, that this person was doing this in goodwill, then a criminal case would not be possible against such a person. Again, this was something that would be fact intensive, and that would be determined based on all the facts and circumstances surrounding the events.
Okay, are you satisfied? You all right? Okay, thank you. Any other question, please? No other question. Thank you very much, Tanya Hill, for that beautiful presentation. Please, a round of applause for her once again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you again for having me. And I'm so sorry that I can't be there with you personally. Ordinarily, I would be because I'm based in Abuja, but I happen to be away this week. So I'm glad that technology allowed me to join you remotely. Thank you again.
Thank you. We really appreciate you being here. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you very much. So that was resource person Tanya Hill, and she presented on frameworks upon frameworks and more frameworks. Too much, or there's still more need for more. And of course, our answer was truly there is room for more. Some of the interesting things she pointed out is that the situation actually calls for more framework for implementing existing laws, and also there is need to strengthen the legal tools to enforce cyber security. Thank you very much. At this point, we'll be going to our next presentation. We were supposed to have this presentation yesterday, and the topic is on improving the society through optimal data reuse. Improving the society through optimal data reuse. And to present this paper is Dr. Maruf Mohammed Lawal of the Department of Computer Science at Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his way upstage. Please put your hands together for him, please. Don't stop clapping until he gets up. It will soon be your turn to come up. I believe you want to be applauded.
Good morning to you all, distinguished personalities and participants. Thank you. In line with the theme of the conference, I would like to present a paper titled Improving Society Through Optimal Data Reuse. This paper explores the potential role of data promoting innovations and sustainable growth across the economy. The convergence of behavioral, scientific, economic, environmental data offers access to unimaginable discovery that has the power to transform the society. However, the structure of this paper is outlined as follows. What is data-driven economy? Economic opportunities provided by data-driven economy. Evolving perspectives on data reuse and reuse. Data reuse as a catalyst for promoting innovation and productivity growth in Nigeria. Now, when I ask what is data-driven economy, A data-driven economy is a global digital ecosystem in which data generates, stores, analyzes, and exchanges by a network of stakeholders for the purpose of deriving value from the accumulated information. In recent times, due to evolving economic challenges or situation, it has become pertinent for societies to collect and manage economic data that will predict what's happening in the local economies. The global shift towards data-driven economy, the traditional operations process across sectors will to be transformed. Particular concern in data-driven society is how the sectors around the society leverage on data to improve their core values. Arguably, by proposing a data-driven solution integrated with advanced technology will suffice. This advanced technology includes quantum computing, IoT, edge and cloud computing, blockchain, AI, robotics, 5G networks, and serverless technology. Consequently, in any of these sectors, this ensures improved quality of product and services, increases productivity level, and also optimize their operation. Based on accumulated data, new customers, clients, clusters are identified together with their actual demand. This does not only help to adjust the direction more promptly, but also ensures that optimal risks are monitored, identified timely, and adequately addressed. To typify the significance of data-driven solution, an illustration is provided using the manufacturing sector. With equipment failure, a traditional factory would definitely fail. But with a data-driven industry, abnormalities would definitely have been predicted, monitored, prevented, and possibly suggest optimal use of those equipment. Now, optimal opportunities provided by a data-driven economy. The ability to collect and process large amounts of data from or different domains can assist public and private organizations to better identify and propose solutions that addresses immediate societal problems. The intended impact of a data-driven initiative in developing economies across sectors are presented below. Among these are in agriculture sector, health, humanitarian aid, poverty alleviation, and not to mention my constituency education. Okay, evolving perspectives on data use and reuse. Data reuse simply implies reusing one's own data, gathering new data sets from public or private organizations, using existing data sets as background research for new projects, or possibly conducting reanalysis. Data reuse can be categorized into two distinct perspectives. We have the data controller perspective, as well as the the data subject perspective. But we're going to put more emphasis on the data controller perspective. This is where the issue actually lies, and this is where we can actually leverage on to better the society. We have data recycling, which is what is happening already, like what one of the distinguished senator mentioned yesterday, that in the custom, you have a huge record in the database of the custom services, but definitely they are only recycling that the data set. What about the other perspectives? The immigration and other agencies can also partner to use same data sets to better the society through processing, that is changing the purpose for which data set was actually acquired, the conceptualization that is changing the concept and the context, the different contexts, using that data set in the different contexts. With this, you can actually leverage on to better the society. Data reuse as a catalyst for promoting innovation and productivity growth in Nigeria. With technological innovation, improvement in availability and overall quality of data have been recorded, which we all agree with. Also, access to undiscovered information for solving multidimensional problems can be derived through data reuse approach. For instance, through agriculture data reuse approach, equitable food policies can be derived by stakeholders while government agencies implement these policies in order to address food security in the future. With national security issues are often very sensitive, dynamic, complex, and require synergy of different sectors, agri, transport, health, energy, to name a few. Thus, providing solutions to such issues holistically will surely entail using existing data to discover non-trivial solutions. To sustain innovation and productivity growth in Nigeria, the government has to promote good governance by enhancing transparency, ensuring accountability, enforcing efficiency in service delivery, increasing data information sharing among private and government agencies, by empowering the citizens through developing incubation centers, creating economic opportunities as business engagements, as well as continuous support for SMEs to spur economic growth. Solution to complex public challenges by providing situational awareness, address data bottlenecks that affect open data sharing, allow policy makers, civil society, and citizens to track impact of government interventions. Okay. With this, I would stop there and inquire if there's any question as regards to my short presentation.
Please, are there any questions, please? It's time for us to have questions and answers. Please indicate with a raise of hand if you have a question. Okay, please, the microphone to the front here. Hold up, please.
You spoke on data, but I think there is this concept that has become very popular with respect to data and data management, which is big data. So I think it will be good if you can share with the audience, just briefly, maybe one or two things regarding this big data, maybe in the next 1 or 2 minutes. So
it's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. From your own data analysis or from your collection of data, what would you say about Nigeria now? Because we know that we are very, very challenged in the area of data collection. So has it really improved? And in what areas? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, okay, I'll start with the second, to respond to the second question. Okay. As regards to the data acquisition in respect of Nigeria, right? We've actually acquired data. We can say that Nigeria is a data-driven economy. But from my perspective, we are not having an optimal use of this data. And that's the reason why I said recycling, we have gone far with as to the issue of recycling of data, that is using data as it is for that purpose. But what about considering same data for different purposes? Let me give you a very good analogy of example of something which I saw yesterday. I think if you go through a Infotech, you realize that a US-based company is acquiring Main One Services, which is a business data center that manages customers' data center. That tells you that we have the data set, but definitely for them to want to acquire that, they must definitely want to use for a different purpose, because you don't just acquire something for no reason. Are you with me? Does that answer your question? Okay, as regards to big data, it's just about acquiring data, as in the volume, the speed, and what have you. That's what you refer to as data. I'm only concerned about just mentioning data. But with big data, you can have a lot of things which you can do. An example of such big data is what I may mention. Somebody mentioned about what's it called, the custom. Immigration can use that. What's it called? The custom itself can also use it. There could be a lot of synergy and collaboration among agencies to better the society.
So I want to ask a pertinent question regarding to data recycling to boost the Nigerian economy, especially how can we construct the achievement of data collection to boost economy in the rural sector so that it can be a high level of development of the Nigerian economic system.
If I get you right, you're talking about how data can be
recycled in the rural sector to boost the Nigerian economy.
Okay. We don't have recycling of data in the rural sector. That is the other perspective which you are talking about. That is the data subject perspective. We are more concerned about the data control perspective. And also, data can be collected from the rural sector which you are talking about with the invention of IoT devices, your mobile phones, smartphones. Information and data are being collected on a daily basis.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Standing on the protocol, the existing protocol. My name is Michael Aga. So I just want to ask this question, or I want to throw a bit light on the nexus between data collection, data management, and national development. How do we use data that are verifiable in enhancing the development of the society? Just like your topic says, improving the society through data reuse. So what is the nexus between data collection management and national development?
Thank you. Like you rightly said, how we're going to improve the society through the data which has been collected. Verifiable data, that is accurate data, from the perspective which I have looked at it, that is changing the purpose. You can have medical records now. Is that okay? But when you change the purpose, probably maybe as a pharmacist, are you with me? As a pharmacist, there's certain information which you actually want to get from that. Now, like the one I mentioned about the custom, definitely they collected the data based on the peculiarities of what they have. The immigration department can also use that to actually monitor the inflow and outflow of individuals. So that is changing the purpose as well as the context. So if you change the purpose as well as context, you can derive unimaginable information from what same data set which is in existence.
There's someone on your left, someone to the left. Okay. Thank you very much. I really appreciated your presentation. It was laudable, informative, and illustrative. So you not mentioned agricultural data. Agricultural data.
Okay. So I want you to draw a light on that, sir. Agricultural data. Yes, thank you.
Yes, by getting agricultural data, in terms of logistics, that can be used for diseases as well as for ensuring food security in the future. You can always use that as well. For instance, like if I'm not mistaken, I think during the COVID there was distribution of grains and what have you to provide succor for the people. If that maybe there wasn't a strategic planning of having a reservoir, then you can imagine what situation it would have been. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say. So you can also use data to also have a projection about the crops yield, as well as how you can also manage in terms of viable seeds and what have you. In terms of logistics, also you can also use that to among farmers in order to have a better yield.
Actually, sir, I'm also looking at the database of the farmers. Just like you said, when they want to give input to the farmers, if they have a database, it's very easy to distribute the input because the records are there. Thank you very much.
You don't understand the question? Okay, is there any other? I thought someone just asked a question. Okay, to the left there. I think that would be the last question for this session, please.
Recently, there was a collapse of a building somewhere in Lagos. The reason we gathered, I don't know if it's true, was because the foundation was not strong enough. And the foundation for IT and the gathering of data have to do with the provision of electricity. No system will work without electricity. We can collect all the data we want and keep it in all the servers we want. When once there is no light, the data is useless. So what has been put in place to ensure that after collecting this data, we will have access to it when we want it, at the time we want it, without obstruction, because the main issue is that we build all these infrastructures and we do not have, something to keep it, hold it. Because one of the things with IT is to have access to data at all time. That's why some of us will go abroad and put our information in cloud. Why? Because we don't trust our servers that we have here. It will fail anytime just because of light. So what are we doing in terms of providing adequate electricity to support all the data we have been collecting?
Thank you. To answer your question, if you listen to what I said earlier, I said solution to complex public challenges. I said government has to address legal bottlenecks that affect open data sharing. Hello? I said government has to address bottlenecks that affect open data sharing. Also, there is the other part of policy implementation is also part of it. But we are not talking about that. We are already talking about the reuse of itself, the reuse of data itself.
should be rounding up now. Our next resource person is on the standby, is ready for us. So let's try and round up with our breakfast so we can be part of the next session, please. The next session is about to begin. Please. Please join us for the next session.
So welcome back. Trust me, I was part of the breakfast, even though you did not see me sitting next to you. And music, please. Okay, turn off the music, please. Please, can you confirm to me that we're ready with the next resource person online? In 5 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. Protecting the digital theater and the future of Nigeria. This is the theme of this conference, and we've been having a series of conversations. Welcome back. I'm sorry for that disruption. As I was saying, the theme for this conference is the digital theater and the future of Nigeria. Sometimes we actually imagine that
when we talk about cybercrime or cybersecurity, it is strictly the business of experts. But the users of the digital space, or the players in the digital space, including people that are probably lay as far as digitalization is concerned, and all they have to do is just use the internet. And I have some very interesting statistics here that brings to the fore the fact that this is everybody's business. According to the Institute for Accountability in the Digital Age, these statistics were revealed the fact that there are more than 500,000 sexual predators. 20% of teenagers report having received unwanted sexual advances online. 34% of people feel they have been cyberbullied in the last 1 year. And it also brings to the fore the fact that cybercrime costs the global economy about $445 billion. This, therefore, makes this conversation and this conference in its entirety a necessity that we're able to protect our digital space, particularly here in Nigeria. We'll be going to the next session, which is a panel discussion, and the topic for the conversation is strengthening the resilience of our critical information infrastructure in the war against insecurity. And I'll be calling our panelists one after the other. Representing NFIU is Sanusi Bello Maitama from the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his way up here. Please keep on clapping. I believe we're good. I crave your indulgence that you continue to clap until he makes his way up here. Trust me, it's going to be your turn very soon, and you will need that applause. Keep on clapping, please. Thank you. Also representing the Nigerian Communications Commission is Engineer Dr. Chidi Digo. He is the Deputy Director, New Media and Information Security in the Nigerian Communications Commission. Please welcome him on stage. Please keep on clapping. Don't stop clapping until he gets here. Don't be tired. Okay. Also on this panel is Dr. Okafor Kenneth, joining virtually from the Nigerian Health Insurance Scheme. Is he on, please, from the technical?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
I would like to see his video, please. He is here. We can hear his voice, but we'd like to see his face.
Hello. Good afternoon.
All right.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir. Please, a round of applause for him, regardless. We also have on this panel from the Committee of Chief Information Security Offices of Nigerian Financial Institution. Please welcome Abu Mere. Is he here, please? All right, please keep on clapping until he gets here. Please. Once. Please keep on clapping until he gets here, please. So welcome. At this point, I'll be bringing up stage the moderator of this panel. The moderator of this panel is the Managing Director of Cyberdome Nigeria. Please welcome to the stage Chioma Iwagu. Please keep on clapping, encourage her. Thank you very much for clapping. Keep on clapping until she makes her way up here. Trust me, it's going to be your turn. And you want to walk up here without an applause. Technical. Please, a round of applause for all of them. Again, the subject of discussion or the topic of this panel discussion is strengthening the resilience of our critical information infrastructure in the war against insecurity. At this point, I'll hand over control to the moderator, Chioma Iwagu, the Managing Director of Cyberdome Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And once again, what the conference said, World Economic Forum global report security, one cyber attack, access human trust with the world. Once again, my name is Chioma Iwagu. So today's session is going to run for 45 minutes and it's going to be segmented in three sections. First, we will apportion 30 minutes for discussion, 10 minutes for 15 minutes for Q&A, and 5 minutes for closing remark. Please, I know that as we proceed, I'm going to pose questions to each one of you. It might be the same question, it might be still a different question, but on the same topic, which we might be seeking clarification as regards to your sector. We're going to make this conversation as interactive, engaging, as insightful as possible. Please, let's try to adhere to the time apportioned, because I know we have so much to say and we equally have so much to give. So I shall begin, I beg your pardon, by understanding the topic today, strengthening the resilience of our national critical information infrastructure against, in time of war, against insecurity.
So please, I will just introduce some people that just walked in to be part of the panels. Thank you. Please, we'll be welcoming to be one of the part of the panels. Please welcome the Deputy Director ICT of INEC, Mr. Pascal Nweke. Yes, he's here, right? Mr. Pascal Nweke. Also to be part of this panel is Dayo Mohammed Orimode. He is an ex-official of the North Central for the Nigerian Computer Society. Mr. Dayo Mohammed Orimode, please put your hands together for them. Please beg your pardon, it is Mr. Pascal Okarewa. from the Independent National Electoral Commission, please. Sorry.
Thank you very much. So just to recap, we're looking at our topic today, which is strengthening the resilience or defense of our national critical information infrastructure in the war against insecurity. You'd agree with me that COVID-19 as an accelerator of change facilitated the digitization of our business processes and of course operation. We saw a lot of teleworking, remote workforce, using of collaborative tools, as well as the use of the internet resources for huge exchange of sensitive information and storage as well. Now to my question. Gentlemen, walk us through the current security protocol obtained today at your various environment or organization with respect to ensuring that these data, our sensitive data, are securely protected, as well as let's know the framework around this organizational change management as well as business continuity. I would like to start with Mr. Pascal on my right.
Everybody, thank you very much for inviting us here. The topic, actually, I thought it was a presentation, so I kind of did some work on the topic before coming here. For IDEC, we have a lot of data, infrastructure that the public knows about, from the voters register down to recently our results publishing, actually result publishing platform, things like that. We do have a lot of security, especially the voters register, because of the kind of information we have there. A lot of people are in that data. So we do our utmost to ensure data is protected. From how we silo the data to how we do the backup and recovery of that data. Redundancy around that data. We have backup sites here and there to make sure that that data is always available. And it's always available whenever it's needed. Luckily for us, the data, two things are happening with data all the time. It's always being updated. But luckily for us, it doesn't become critical. The criticality is measured at different times, at different points. During the CVR, or just before the election, yes, that data is massively, it becomes hot. It becomes very hot cake. It becomes the lifeblood of INEC, and nothing can happen to that at that time. But there's some times like now where nothing is actually happening, where we have the data, we have the transactional part of the data, and then we have the data is at rest. Going by the electoral law, you certify the data every year. That certified data is at rest and being and it's as secure as can be. While the transactional part where you have all your updates, people transferring from one polling unit to the other and things like that, that's transactional, and we do our best possible to make sure that that is also secure. Most of it is online, so we are also relying on all the security posed by our online, our cloud services providers. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sanusi Balamutaba. I'm representing Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. We are dealing with so many cyber crimes, and we have dropped down cyber crime by 50%, and by the beginning of next year, cyber crime will drop down so low, and we will take care of whatever comes our way.
Okay, now the fine. MCC, please.
Thank you very much. From
the regulator's point of view, we look at data in terms of the way data is harnessed, whether it's being harnessed in a compelling way or you're releasing your data willingly. We're also interested in how the data is stored and shared, and then also how data is currently being monetized. We all agree that currently data is the new oil, and as such, a lot can be done with data. Talking about the emerging technologies like the artificial intelligence, neural networks, deep learning, autonomous systems, Internet of Things, we always bear in mind that all these new technologies and emerging technologies are already going to lead to huge data. And then by aggregating huge data, we'll be compelled to think of the infrastructure that will support the storage of the emerging data. But what is most critical to us from the regulator's point of view is how the data in themselves can be protected. We need to be talking very often about enhancing the creation of the Critical National Infrastructure Bill, and then also the Data Protection Act. These two elements are very critical to what I believe we'll be discussing this morning. So going forward, I have other points to make, but I think my word of introduction this will do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're going to still proceed to CISO, representing the CISOs. I didn't get the name. The question is this, just to refresh you on the question, is what is the current procedure or protocol around your security with respect to business continuity and organizational change, with respect to the current pandemic when we had to experience a lot of remote workforce and teleworking?
All right, thank you. My name is Dr. Mary and I'm actually the chairman of the Committee of Information Services. All right, so a lot of the insights I would share would kind of reflect on the financial sector, because that's where we really play a major role. In line with the landscape for the financial system, we've seen a lot of transformation post COVID. Banks in the drive to continually provide continual services, financial services seamlessly to the customers, have taken it upon themselves to adopt digital platforms to be able to achieve that. Also trying to ensure compliance with some of the COVID requirements. We have to also transform our way of working. So we had a large portion of staff working from home. So this whole transformation, there were increased risk associated with that. So one, it's you then have to transfer or process information outside your normal traditional environment.
Don't worry, I'm going to butt in, because I'm going to still come back to you on what you did differently to validate your security posture, as well as ensuring that critical data and information were adequately secure. Okay, so
my name is Bayo Ubolodo. I simply represent the Internatl Society, that's the development of IT professionals in Nigeria. First, I want to take you from the point of view. So I'll ask a few questions about what I would prefer to call the definitions of. So what do we call critical infrastructure? What do we call resilience? So critical infrastructures are those infrastructures that are very critical to the society and to the economy of the country.
Now, resilience, the other way around, is how an organization or a country or a state is able to quickly recover from a difficulty or toughness, if you want to say. So if you relate this to COVID, Nigerian Community Society has an umbrella of professional bodies. We do know that we have professionals that are capable of supporting critical government, critical infrastructure, be it government or private. And COVID introduced a lot of new stuff. Oh, like you said, working from home and all of that. But what is the cost of this working from home? So if you look at cost of working from home, we're not talking about the naira and kobo that we use in purchasing data. No, we're looking at what goes into the losses that are incurred in this period of working from home. So we cannot talk about resilience or recovery from these challenges of COVID and all of that without looking at what is the cost. And of course, we cannot talk about the cost of this recovery without looking at the professionals that support this critical sector. Of course, we do know that in every sector of our life, from healthcare, education, of course, health tech, edtech, ICT, all of them. You realize that our professionals are very critical. So we can have a real discussion. We can talk about how well our infrastructure is doing in terms of resilience and recovery without looking at the professionals. And that is why we as a body are always ready to support the government and the private sector to make sure that we recover quickly and move forward as a nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to buttress on one or two things you said. You talked about critical infrastructure. Yes, it is a part of cybersecurity. We call the physical cybersecurity. This critical infrastructure, of course, we know they are numerous, from water, oil and gas, transportation, financial, which is, of course, the power. I don't know if anybody is from the disco or the power sector. And in every modern society, this critical infrastructures are very relevant to our existence as human beings. Then again, we will also look at, as we proceed before I speak to the gentleman who is joining remotely, let's get his insight with respect to the protocol around business continuity and organization change management with respect to COVID-19. I think the guy from NHIS.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you repeat your question so I understand you?
Okay, the question we looked at, what is the current security protocol? We saw COVID-19 coming in as a change agent to transform the way we do businesses, operations, and all of that. We saw the use of virtual conferencing tools. We also saw the remote workforce on the spike and the use of IT, internet infrastructure to exchange sensitive as well as store sensitive information. What did NHIS do differently to weather this challenge with respect to business continuity and organizational change?
Oh, many thanks for the question. I have to tell you right away that everything NHIS does revolves around cybersecurity. By the way, my name is Kenneth Okerafo. I manage the Network, Security and Infrastructure Division in the ICT department. Now, COVID has really changed a lot of things, and for us in NHIS, it's also very significant because it speaks to the type of sensitive data that we manage, which is healthcare data. Because health is also listed in the 2015 Cybercrime Prohibition and Prevention Act as part of the National Critical Information Infrastructure, we take that seriously. And therefore, in the past 1 year or thereabout, NHIS has embarked on massive digital transformation called the eNHIS. This involves the connectivity of all our state offices across the country, and also the development of modules, software modules to take care of each of the elements of our business, including enrollment, patient information management, accreditation of hospitals, and so on and so forth, even including payment systems. So what we are doing is to ensure that at every stage, security of data is taken care of. And how are we ensuring this? We are following best practices. The contract for this has been awarded on the understanding that best practices for cybersecurity are in place. And I can tell you with every sense of responsibility that we have maintained this up until this minute. For example, NHIS is partnering with Galaxy Backbone and also with the National Identity Management Commission to ensure that our data is warehoused here in Nigeria, talking about data sovereignty. This also means that we are integrating our data, especially the biometric data, with the National Identity Management Commission. What that means is that incidences of fraud will be limited. It will now be very difficult when this is completed for people to impersonate others because biometric does not lie. So these are some of the things we are doing, and we're also taking care of disaster recovery. With our disaster recovery center, there are going to be two of them, one in Enugu and one in Kano. The one in Enugu is 100% ready. As we move on, that of Kano will also come on board. So these are some of the few things we are doing, including in-house capacity building. Individuals that manage these data also have received first-class training on the best security solutions around the world. And this is all geared towards ensuring that data is protected from unauthorized access, especially the type of data that we manage in NHIS.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. I appreciate your input, but I would like you to remain standing because the next question is going to start with you. So, in recent times, we saw the FBI comparing cyber attacks to 9/11. It's not surprising considering the intensity and the scale of these attacks and the method or techniques of deployment. Also, we've seen the involvement of states and superpower. Not so long ago, sometime in the year, we also saw how a very large, or the largest oil and gas pipeline in the States came under severe ransomware attack that shut down the network and the operations. We are also aware of the 2020 solar wind attack. We're also aware of the not too recent, but not so old Keziah BSAF cyber attack and all that. And also in 2020, there was a failed cyber attack on Israeli water system. Okay, now it's clear that it's inescapable. There's no denying about it. It has come to stay. And with the evolution of technology, it also comes with its own attendant risks. Down to the critical infrastructure we have around. Today we are looking at how to strengthen this resilience. We believe that there is a structure on ground. How do we ensure that at every point in time, they are many light years ahead and constantly ahead of the cyber criminals or threat actors? What is the framework around the validation of your security program to ensure that your platform or your infrastructure has the capacity to prevent or detect and respond to these sophisticated and complex cyber attacks in the case of an attack? I want to start from Mr. Okura for Kenneth, NHIS.
All right. Many thanks for the question. So in cybersecurity, we talk about prevention. We also talk about detection, but we do not ignore response, because irrespective of how you deploy your facilities, there is also the likelihood of an attack. So when that happens, how do you respond? How do you mitigate? How do you minimize the impact of the attack and then come back to business? So this is at the center of our cybersecurity policy as an agency of government. Our cybersecurity policy in NHIS takes care of each of these areas. So what that means is that every of our deployment ensures that to the best resources possible, attacks are prevented and they are also detected. However, in the unlikely event that an attack actually occurs, we also have audit trail to help us and give us insights on how to, first of all, contain and then do appropriate incident response, which comes all the way through identification of the threat itself, what has been affected, eradication, containment, recovery, and then we take the lessons learned.
The question is, what have you done to ensure your security posture is strengthened to avoid or to prevent these threats or attacks from invading your current security tools?
Yes, so what we have done currently is to deploy appropriate security using a defense in-depth model. Defense in-depth in the sense that we have multiple layers of security.
Awesome. I can hear you, but I want to ask a question for clarity. Yes, you're saying it, but I just want us to nip it in the board. Bottom line, I'm saying, what stress tests do you carry out? What have you done to validate your cyber defense and your security posture?
Okay, so the assurance we have is because we are abiding by international best practices. We are abiding by ISMS, which guides the deployment of security solutions. We are also looking at ISO certification, which entails taking care of each of the elements of our security infrastructure in place. So I was speaking about defense in depth earlier. To validate, we also ensure that we do not rely only on one security solution, but we deploy multiple solutions at various layers to ensure that all of them work in synergy. And this has worked for us, and we are also at every point in time conducting our tests and modifying the architecture wherever necessary, because our target is to ensure that as much as possible, attacks are detected and prevented.
Thank you very much. So, Abumere.
All right, I'll add to that. So, yes, in terms of getting that level of assurance, having best practice standards or complying with best practice standards is very key. So, you talked about ISO 27001. We also have security architecture because for every principle around cybersecurity, we keep saying that they are as weak as the weakest point in the chain. And really, if you don't have your security architecture well designed or thought through, then you fall into issues. The other bit is having independent reviews where you have a third eye outside the organization that comes into your environment, looks at the controls and policies you put in place, and then by making some informed, based on the reviews, making some informed decisions in terms of what maturity stage you've attained, or where there are gaps where you then need to focus on to improve. But I think by and large, having it's looked at the three key three key stages of an organization: people, process, technology. So you need to have the right technology to drive automation, leverage new technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning capabilities, so that you are able to timely detect and respond. Because today it's about how quickly can you pick these issues and how quickly can you get them resolved. We talk about ransomware. Ransomware is like every other malware, but the impact and the speed in which it's able to cause damage to an organization, in less than 5 minutes, an organization can be brought down by ransomware. So it's not about having just the controls or the capabilities to identify them. You also should be able to recover them within an acceptable and tolerable time frame. Thank you.
Thank you. So Pascal, what do you have to it?
I do agree with listening to what you said, safety of things were not really improving our security infrastructure. The ISO certification is something that's going on, and we find that it's necessary for us to be able to push ourselves for more in the future of INEC. Like I said, a lot of things were doing and I belong to become very, it's getting a whole lot of interest. If in the next few weeks or so we get this presidential access to result transmission, then yes, in ways that we are doing.
Very interesting. I'm going to take you up on that. I'm going to let you speak.
Right.
So Lucy, I'm going to take you up because we're looking at time. I'm going to take you up on that because I think everybody is very interested in what you just mentioned, result translation. Aren't we all? Thank you very much. So Lucy.
Our organization is using modern technology to deal with cybercrime. And we monitor, minimize, manage, and mitigate all cyber crimes in all ways.
So what are the measures being put in place to ensure that your security is top notch? What have you done to validate your security posture as
Nigerian technology in the country to detect cybercrime and to deal with it?
Okay, I'll come back to one more question, Doctor. You know you're very critical and sensitive to sovereignty, national security, and all of that.
I was just going to admit that.
Okay.
And to Dr. point, we begin by making available the critical resources that we're talking about here. As regulators, we start by licensing the operating companies that are going to provide the transport layers upon which data could be transported. And for us, apart from the rigorous licensing regime that we have gone as far as providing sectoral SATs. I'm very much aware that you appreciate the computer incident response team in it. So just recently, we were able to expand the sectoral SATs by having one of the best infrastructure that could in real time detect cyber threats. And we also, as regulators, would like to encourage wherever we can, both the local, state, and federal governments, to make available resources in the shared critical national assets or critical resources available, like the land, mangroves, and docks for shared assets. So planning and city is also the what we do in NCC. Planning in such a way that we're able to accommodate more fiber, more microwave transport layers within the existing infrastructure that we have. So we support by provisioning the bandwidth commodities. If you talk about surveillance, the key one here has been security. So security in real time will require at the level of bandwidth commodity. So that will affect, will make sure that data are transported in real time. So whether you're in INEC or you're in NHS or any other place for that matter, you must have bandwidth available.
Okay, thank you. Moderator, I think you were trying to say something to me.
About 5 minutes.
Okay, we're trying to close it, but the most I'm going to speak to the financial sector, and I'll come back to NCC and INEC. We have 5 minutes, so it means you're going to respond in 1 minute each, so we can take questions. So we know the financial sector is, I would like to term it, is systemically important critical infrastructure today, and we have also seen, although not reported, increasing cyber attacks as growth in that is exponentially in growth as well as complexities and sophistication. As a regulator, as a big brother, what have you done in terms of visibility? How visible what visibility do you have within the financial space? By that I mean within the banks and other financial institutions. And what have you done with respect to reporting and real-time incident response?
I would answer as one of the banks, not as a regulator.
CBN is a regulator.
Right, I'm presenting CBN. Okay, just question. Because CBN is supposed to look at the picture globally and even know what is happening even before the banks even know they are under attack. Anyways, you might choose to respond. I will keep the question for CBN.
All right, that's fine. Okay, so today, what the CBN has done to help support this type of structure in terms of incident reporting to have the risk-based cybersecurity framework. The risk-based cybersecurity framework stipulates the various SLAs in terms of time to respond incidents, provides forms or templates that banks will adopt in responding to sexual bank when some of these incidents are being done. So what CBN has also done is to have a centralized system. So we have a technology system where the banks have access to and are able to upload incidents that happen within their...
That is when they choose to upload. That's when they choose to upload. Yes, I understand. Okay, that's fine. We're going to take that offline because we still have to talk more on that. I'm going to come back to NCC. You know, there's so much about the 5G broadband penetration. So what have you done to mitigate against the unregulated entry points as it concerns cyber terrorism and national espionage, so to say?
So I don't know how this relates to 5G.
Sorry?
How does that person relate to 5G?
We talked about the penetration, that is creating access to areas where we have, and what I'm speaking to is creating more access, getting more people onto the network. What have you done? Because it also allows for unauthorized, unsanctioned people to get into the network as well by way of maybe espionage, cyber terrorism, because if China wants to attack Nigeria, they're not going to send foot soldiers.
Okay, thank you very much. You are referring to the fifth domain of law, that is the cyber security, the cyber space. So one of the things we've done is to create the Nigeria Internet Exchange Point, for instance, where all traffic that are coming over the country have been more or less scrutinized. And then we also, in terms of licensing, we have a very strict licensing regimen. But bear in mind that cyber security is a non-geographical field.
Absolutely, it's a global challenge. So I'm going to take it up here, but I'm just being told we're on top of the hour. So quickly, pardon me, and INEC, we're going to take your question offline. And please, we're just going to take questions from the audience. Okay, I can see the lady in black, I think. So we'll just have like 2 minutes and we'll take note of your response to your questions. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm still Mr. Gonzalez. I'm an MIA consultant as well. So my question goes to, first of all, the NIFM. We talk about 50% reduction of crime rates, cyber crime rates, if I heard that very well. Now, I'll pose the question I asked to Tanya Hills. He was the person that presented the presentation. How do you deal with cyber criminals? Regarding, having in mind that this is a skill, and then I'm not suggesting that it should be supported. So are you thinking about harnessing, I'm sure in general, just let us know how you deal with cyber criminals, that's one. And then for NCC, you did discuss, you said something very interesting about coordinating, not really coordinating, but harmonizing data. My question would be like, what are you working around harmonizing data for optimal reuse? Because you said something about INEC and then other organizations that have data that you have been able to coordinate. And then are you also looking at, can we rely on NCC to get data for use. Like big data. Can we really have you on hand, to have that big data? Because we really discussed this yesterday. Then thirdly is for the NHIS person. We talk about cyber security policy. And we know that the policy doesn't exist on its own. There's a national policy on cyber security. So the NHIS person, I hope is listening. Your policy, does it include or did you deduce it from the national policy, or did you have an in-house policy? And then the final one goes to the computer society. Who are your members? Are they private or public or CSOs? And then what are your goals? Also, all this cyber security, promotion and resilience. Thank you very much.
We'll take another question from the distinguished senator.
Thank you very much. I have two questions. I just want some more clarity from respect to the reporting of banks, because this issue came up at our conference last year, where I think the media was talking about expanding the regulation for reporting, because it was poor. And you can understand how, a bank that reports an issue or a threat will most likely have a customer confidence problem. So there will be a reluctance by the banks to actually report. Even if this report might be dealt with some level of confidentiality by the regulator, but there is still that reluctance. Has anything changed from last year in terms of, are there sanctions for non-reporting? Is there a protocol to ensure that the report was as amended, and have not classified the level of threats that would warrant a bank to report? My other question is to NCC. We talk about 5G, and this is not, I understand there's a dedicated panel on 5G. For all the noise about 5G, my concern is maybe the quality of the protocol when it comes. Because that's what I'm talking about. So, with very controversy on 5G, so also that the Senate have to have a joint public hearing. Because of the misconceptions, all the stories out there about, the conspiracy theory. But my concern is really the fact that for 4G and 3G, I don't think Nigerians really have the benefit of the full experience of those protocols. 4G, 3G, 5G, we're talking about the level of speed and the quality of it. And we have a situation where, in most places, when we have 4G and 5G, we're probably getting 10 to 15% of the theoretical speed of that protocol. So, talking about 5G, what are you doing? What is NCC doing to ensure that when 5G comes, that's 5G? And it's not just a figure on my phone, and I'm getting 2.5G speed, because we are really need to change when it comes to the quality that we get. I know, for instance, in some places, we're probably going to get better services from 4G to 4G on your phone, because everybody knows on 4G. I'm not a technical person, but I guess it's probably the service providers settling down on that capacity. People are not getting the experience. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think we'll just, any more question? Okay, we'll take one more question or two more questions. Please, gentlemen, please note these questions, and we have like 1 minute to address each of them. All right.
Okay, I guess I have a few. This additional president of the society. I want to talk about this question just to you. That's the agreement is strengthen the resilience of our critical information infrastructure. The more necessary in Nigeria. One thing I can't remember, I don't really ask questions about the panel. But one thing I can't remember is the fact that we're talking about strengthening resilience. I'm concerned that there are not engineers around. Okay, we're talking about resilience, we're talking about to develop supplementary systems, learning to develop reliable systems, economic systems that can control to operate the other services as if writing as happened to the source of water. I know that the first step I need to take as a nation define what we call our critical infrastructure. I mention some of them. Of course, we have an idea of the infrastructure we classify as critical infrastructure, but eventually something that cannot be done by government. So that I know that I need to come plan for cybersecurity attacks and so on and so forth on this infrastructure. I'm aware that once our Office of the National Security Advisor is working on it, how far we have come, it's just we have information channels that we have and as a member of several other committees, I'm aware that answer is all that. And I think that's the first step I have to take, so that we can build legacy programs around our critical information infrastructure, so that we're able to, because the truth is that I know that we're proud of protecting infrastructure, and I'm not going to write, you should know what when the attacks. I always ensure that we provide policy of around ensuring that our soil are really safe and protected.
Thank you very much for that contribution. So I will just allow the panelists to address this question. We're going to start with MCC.
Thank you very much. I've got two questions. One on data harmonization for realities, two on the myth or reality surrounding 5G. To answer the first question, I'd like to rattle through what we do as regulators. I will not be very elaborate because of time. As regulators, we license, and after licensing, we provide interconnections amongst operating companies. And following interconnection, we ensure a level playing field so that everybody can operate equally without predatory pricing. Then we also ensure, following competition, that there's pricing and price floors by way of pricing regime. And then we also manage the scarce resources, which in this case, the land, the commodity, the ducts, and so on and so forth. And then lastly, we do manage or provide what you call assets, universal assets and service obligations. In other words, we try through the USPF to ensure that both the underserved and unserved communities have access to these two services. And then, in terms of the actual doing, which is data harmonization for reuse, is not only our problem. We're not a company. We are just a regulator. But we license that we're going to have data centers that will be able to give you data. As I said, data is reliable. So you can decide how to relate with them to get your data reuse and stuff like that. Now, regarding the question on 5G, yes, I was very happy because you mentioned that 5G, is looming out in the horizon, and that will bring a lot of speed to our devices. And not only that, the latency or the delay will be very minimal. We are going to also expect the throughput to be very high, and then also, and more importantly, is the fact that 5G is going to increase the application of what you can do with networks. So what applications are we referring to? We have mentioned this quite often about the evidence of augmented systems, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and so on and so forth. This is only possible with lower bandwidth. Now the question as to the source around 5G, you are almost going to ask, is it healthy or not healthy? So if that is what you're going to ask, I will say to you that that's a non-ionizing emission component, and as far as we're concerned, it does not affect the adipose tissues. your body, which means that it is as safe as your television or your radio set can be. Regarding the limitations of the third and the fourth generations of telecommunications, it is what the name says. They are just the third and the fourth generations, which means if you can imagine where we started, you will almost know that fourth generation is really capable of carrying the artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things at every stage. There's a limitation to this, and that is what you are almost decrying. And that is that even at 3G level, once the data is being able to access 3G, and the answer is almost very obvious. We have got planned cities, our cities are mostly unplanned. So which means that sometimes you could have, and for speed, we have had to embark on microwave rollouts as opposed to optic fiber cable rollouts. So the speed of the optic fiber cable rollouts as opposed to microwave rollout is almost, unimaginable. So when a nation will have to depend largely on microwave transmissions, you get what you get. So now you have to depend on the sustainability of the weather. The population constraints are there when we have microwave transmissions. And don't forget that even in microwave transmissions, we have got problems with the associated components like power. Power are not regular, and once you have got the radio side down, you can imagine that 20 other sides are going to be down simultaneously. So we also have variability approvals, or we have had operators compare by getting approvals to have their microwave installations done. And because of that, the coverage is limited. So for us here as regulators and for some of us who are able to influence government policies, we will continue to work together to ensure that coverage are increased. Not everybody will need 5G, but at least let us have coverage to which we are able to communicate very effectively. And now, to summarize, we have got problems with our planned cities. Most population increments we have are as a result of obstructions. For instance, when we build a house very close to a macro transmitting station, we will get what we call scattering and attention of signals. So as we develop our cities and as we install our microwave equipment, we need to be very conscious of the users. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was really, it was like a documentary. So, but I hope in all of this, NCC, we are not downloading, we're not downplaying security downplaying security over performance. So in all of this, let's ensure that this service is adequately secure. Okay, so to the financial sector.
Okay, so I'll take the question on what has changed in the last 1 year on reporting. So CBN has had a series of sensitization engagements with the banks. We, as a committee, we hold monthly meetings ever since inception back in 2019. We meet every month, and we have representatives from the central bank, both from the banking supervision department and the payment systems management department, as regular attendees at those meetings. So some of these issues are tabled and discussed during those sessions. But in one of the sensitization sessions that we had of recent, so the CBN had informed us that there will be some amendments to the risk-based cybersecurity framework. And what will be coming on board will be some form of sanction regime for not reporting cybersecurity incidents from the banks. But I think perhaps following the constant engagement within the committee and also with the mandates that we are supposed to provide risk advisory services to the central bank, our collaboration has been more or less strengthened. So there's regular will to share information amongst ourselves at that committee. And what we continually preach is that we have to be proactive rather than reactive. And we can only be proactive if we get to know about those threats on time. And from other organizations or members of the committee are able to then put in place measures to prevent a reoccurrence of what has happened to any of the members. So on that note, there's been an improvement ever since. And what has also happened, at least from a CDM perspective, and added value to a lot of the management and executive team, is that CDM now releases a lot of risk advisory notices to the bank. And those risk advisory notices are coming as a result of an incident that occurred to one of the member institutions as part of that committee. So that has also ensured that we are able to do those concerns.
Thank you very much. I was hoping that we're going to have the regulator, that's the Apex Bank, to tell us what they have done so far with respect to incident responding and able to see what is actually going on within the financial space.
I can make one more point on that. So just 2 months ago, Central Bank made a visit to all the banks, and this was in line with the normal regular RBS examinations. And part of what was in scope this time was cybersecurity. So, and one of the key focus in those engagements was incident reporting. So that was also important.
Because I want a situation whereby the CBN gets to know firsthand that the bank is under attack even before the bank chooses to report or not. Because we cannot overemphasize that our economy is very critical to our well-being as a nation. And that is a vulnerability in the whole scheme of the 6 or more critical infrastructure we have.
Yeah, so I'll touch on that also. That's a much more sustainable thing to come. So there's an initiative today that is run by the Central Bank. It's an Industry Security Operations Center initiative, and it's termed Project Stallion today. So what the aim of that center is to have like an industry SOC where all the banks and financial services sector plug into that central system, and CBN has full oversight of the trade behaviors, and they're able to look at those anomalies that happen within the banks. So they're going to take feeds from all the banks' SIM solutions, so what we call SIM is the security incident and event management systems. They will log all our incidents. So they're going to take feeds into that whole system, and then they'll be able to provide some form of correlation and data across banks, common across the bank. So that's an initiative that is planned for delivery by end of 2022. So I'm part of the steering committee.
Interesting.
So I know I have some insight into what's going on.
Yeah, it continue to happen the financial sector because we know that cybercrime is a GDP in other countries, and some countries, of course, of the world use proceeds from cybercrime to launch their cyber warfare and other projects. So, gentlemen, Nigerian society, data society.
So I will just respond to what you said about who we are and who are our members. First, I would like to know that Nigerian Computer Society is the umbrella body of IT professionals in Nigeria. And when we say IT professionals, we don't limit it to study computing and computing-related courses too. So today we know that because the IT space is very wide, we have even non-IT people practicing IT. So our space is widely open. So we have different categories of our membership, which allows even non-computing graduates to come into the society. In terms of what we do, one major thing that we've been doing is our work as regards advocacy and engagement. So this advocacy, like the president said earlier, has ensured that all aspects of national life, both from the legislative and the executive, and such that things that affect the life of the people, we are carried along as society. And of course, like I said, the society is open to professionals and practitioners of the IT industry to be part of us. We can discuss after this to get more insight into that. Thank you very much.
I think our time is fast spent. We may want to round up now in about 8 minutes.
Thank you very much. I get that. So, gentlemen, I would want to take closing remark from each one, like 5 seconds. Sorry, 5 seconds, please.
Yeah.
What is the conversation going forward? If I had to take one message out of this room, or what would that message be? What would it be? What are we going to do differently going forward as critical infrastructure representative to ensure that at the end of the day we're able to boost the digital immune system of our national security? We should have at the back of our mind that collaboration is the key. I would like to start with INEC. Pascal.
Hello. Trust. I'm interested in saying everybody comes together. If everybody has infrastructure, what does mean? Our ability to stay on availability as a grid 24/7. And once you can achieve that, it's always going to be a joint effort.
Collaboration is the key to end cybercrime, to fight it, and to deal with it. And our organization has collaborated with every security agency in the country to deal with cybercrime.
Fantastic. Thank you so much,
Moderator.
Thank you. By way of conclusion, I will recommend, in addition to collaboration, I will develop human capital infrastructure across all sectors, and also going further, if we could, collectively, be in the race of securing one way or the other our critical national assets, whether they're local, state, or federal level. That will happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, moderator.
Thanks. I also agree with collaboration, but I think all aspects in terms of the sectors need to be addressed. So there's the bit around communication, there's the bit around the law enforcement. We just had a training for the media houses last week on cybersecurity. And we're also planning something for law enforcement. But like I said, we need to address communication. So even while an incident should occur, we should be able to communicate it effectively.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Hello, moderator.
For us, so to say, first we need to realize that cybersecurity is everyone's business. And so for that reason, we must look at engaging the all stakeholders participation of all, including the end user itself. So no matter what INEC, NCC, and even the banks put in place, there are lots that could happen through vulnerability.
Thank you so much. So it's a collective responsibility. So, Kenneth, are you still with us? Can we hear your closing remark?
Yes, I've been waiting for this. There was a question that was thrown at me and I needed to respond. So real quick.
It's on mute.
Yes, the woman asked about the cybersecurity policy of NHIS, whether it is derived from the global policy. The answer is yes. Remember in my previous speech?
No, Mr. Just to summarize, because we are well into the time and we want to quickly round off. So just and take that response from you offline.
Okay, that's fine. So my recommendation will be there's an aspect that has been neglected so much. When we talk of senior management not giving backing for cybersecurity, there are a lot of reasons. One of the core reasons is how we IT people and cybersecurity professionals communicate. We are using high-worded technical jargons that they do not understand. Therefore, my recommendation is, as cybersecurity professionals, let's tone down our language of communication in order to be effective to senior management. Then they will give us the backing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate. And we will continue to extend this conversation beyond this hall. Like one of the panelists rightly said, it's a collective responsibility, and there is no silver bullet in cybersecurity. We will continue to ensure that through effective communication and collaboration and information and knowledge sharing, we're able to build the immune system of our national cyberspace to ensure that our national space is always continually secure and safe. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You have been very wonderful. And to my audience, you've been very amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for them.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
Please remain in the audience of the children of the Senate Committee to take pictures with the panelists. I believe our online resource officer receiving the virtual handshake.
Yeah, you can find a way and Photoshop me in.
Thank you very much. It's a round of applause for all of our panelists. Thank you very much, and a round of applause for our moderator as well, Chioma Iwagu, the Managing Director of Cyberdome Nigeria. Please don't be tired of clapping, please. A round of applause from this end of the hall. Truly a robust conversation on strengthening the resilience of our critical information infrastructure in the war against insecurity. I believe that conversation reinforced by words of Jay Johnson, and he said that cyber security is a shared responsibility, and it boils down to this. In cyber security, the more systems we secure, the more secure we all are. Thank you very much. We'll be going to the next presentation, and the topic for the next conversation is collective situational awareness of cyber threats within the banking sector. Collective situational awareness of cyber threats within the banking sector. And to do justice to this paper is Data 6 Security Consulting Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, who is represented here by Victor. Please, a round of applause for him as he makes his way up here. Please do not be tired from the left-hand side of this hall. I need your applause, please.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, good afternoon to the distinguished senator, the chairman, Senate Committee on ICT and Cybercrime, Senator Yakubu Singh, and good afternoon to other members of the committee. Good afternoon to everybody in the audience. So today, I'll be presenting my chairman, my CEO, Mr. Michael Ayao. He is unavoidably absent due to the restriction of COVID. He's outside the country. So today I'll be speaking on collective situational awareness of cyber threats in the banking sector. Mr. Ayao, okay, so a group of Data 6 is a cybersecurity consulting company. We deliver cyber resilience across your infrastructure, across your network. So we work with different verticals, the government, the private sector, the public sector, right? So our services cut across two core areas, advisory and consulting service, and we also have the managed cybersecurity service. Next slide, please. So the advisory and consulting service include the VCSO, Virtual Security Information, Virtual Chief Information Security Officer, Managed Security Operations Center. Next slide, please. Next slide. So SIM and SOC assessment, SIM and SOC maturity assessment, and our managed cybersecurity service. The core of what we do include the Cyber Defense Security Operations Center. And we've had the honor of the distinguished senators here visit our Cyber Defense Security Operations Center also. So we have the managed SIM as a service, managed SOC as a service, managed NOC as a service, managed next generation firewall, managed threat hunting, and management services. These are the things we do in DataSys. Next slide. Okay, so let's go to the topic of the day. Collective situational awareness of cyber threats. So in today's cyberspace, things will go wrong. Incidents will occur, cybersecurity incidents will occur. So it's something that we can't stop. So it's a matter of when it will happen, not whether it will happen or not. Right? In the current landscape that we all face, we have all embraced digital transformation. Digital transformation becomes a different landscape on its own. So if we are embracing digital transformation in any area, whether in the health sector, in the manufacturing sector, in government, it comes with its whole threat landscape. Now, what's different threat landscape becomes different threat vector. Right, because of different threat vector and different threat surfaces. So, like I said earlier, things will definitely go wrong. Security incidents will happen, but there are three questions. What has happened? And these three questions the stakeholders will be addressing. So for the banking sector, stakeholders will be the CISO, the Chief Information Security Officer, it could be the CIO, right? It could be the CIO, so people in the board are coming, the Chief Financial Officer will come in, the Chief Compliance Officer will come in. These are core stakeholders that will ask questions when things happen. So number one is, what has happened? So understanding what has happened, is it a breach? What kind of attack is it? Is it SQL injection? Is it cross-site scripting? Is it a phishing attack? Is it managed attack? What has happened? This is a question that will be asked. The second question is, what led to this? Is there a vulnerability somewhere that was exploited? Because we know that it is not all vulnerabilities that are exploitable, right? What are the vulnerabilities that were exploited? What is the loophole that was taken advantage of? What is the extent of the attack? Is there a lateral movement after that attack happened? And the next question will be, what should we do? Now, the what should we do question comes with the incident response methodology, the incident response process. So, how do you respond to incidents when they occur? So, these three questions are very, very pertinent to stakeholders when anything goes wrong. Like I said earlier, something will go wrong, whether in the private sector, whether in the public sector, because we have bad actors, we have the bad guys working 24 hours to make sure that they do something very, very bad. And in the banking sector that is the focus today, you have three things usually that happens when there is a breach. Number one, it's either there's a financial theft, they might be after money. Number two, it could be disruption. When you're trying to use the banking app, you're not able to open the banking app, you're able to do some transaction. Those are disruptions. So imagine you having your money, you want to do a transfer, you have an emergency, and you are not able to use the money you worked for. right? And that is an embarrassment for the bank, right? Number three of what happens when there's a breach in the banking sector is reputational damage. No bank will want to have its reputation damage out there. If all of us tell you now that a particular bank, let's say XYZ bank, is under attack, right? What are we going to do? Most of us will let this video and try and go and withdraw all our money in the bank. Am I correct? Yes. Because you don't know if there will be so much financial loss that the bank will be able to pay the money. So these things are very important. So number one and number two speaks to the core of what we are discussing today, which is collective situational awareness, right, in the banking sector. Now number three, the success of number three depends on number one and number two. How effective the cybersecurity posture of that enterprise is put in place. What is the effectiveness of the cybersecurity posture of that enterprise, of that bank? Right? Next slide, please. Now, let's do a lesson definition. What is situational awareness? Situational awareness is the perception of an enterprise security posture and a threat environment. The perception of enterprise security posture and a threat environment. The comprehension of that security posture and the threat, and the production of the status of both of them. Now, currently it's in this definition. We can break it down. We can say situational perception. That's number one. We can say situational comprehension. That's number two. Number three, we can say situational projection. Now, situational perception deals with the status, attributes, and dynamics of certain elements that you have put in place in form of your security control. That is situational perception. Right? Situational comprehension deals with how analysts, because in a bank you have analysts. Most banks have their SOC, they have their security operations center, and they have SOC analysts seated watching, monitoring. So the comprehension part deals with how analysts collaborate together, how correlation happens. We know what correlation means. Correlation might be by the true people or machine, right? How correlation happens and how interpretation of whatever is collected takes place. While projection is a predictive analysis of what happens between the perception and the comprehension. So those are the three core areas of situational awareness of cyber threats in the banking industry. Number one, again, I say situational perception, situational comprehension, and situational projection. Next slide, please. So cyber situational awareness provides a holistic and specific view of threats and vulnerabilities, enabling an accurate perception of an organization's overall security stance and threat environment. Look at that word, holistic and specific view of threats and vulnerabilities. Remember, in the banking industry, there will continuously be threats, there will continuously be vulnerability. Right? We have some operating systems in the bank, some legacy softwares and legacy applications in the bank that still uses Windows 7. That still uses, what's that one before Windows 7? Windows XP. Some legacy system. Do you know that for these systems, Microsoft don't have patches for them anymore. Microsoft, they are end of life, they are end of support, right? If anything goes wrong, nothing can be done from Microsoft's point of view. But because these are legacy systems and these systems run effectively with this operating system, they keep that, but they understand the vulnerability attached to that system. So that is where vulnerability management comes into place. Next slide, please. So, a strong situational awareness can significantly enhance a bank's ability to understand and preempt cyber events. So, understanding cyber events is very important, and that goes to situational comprehension. right? And preempting cyber events is also very important. Situational awareness provides guidance on how the banking sector could proactively monitor cyber threat landscape and acquire and make effective use of actionable threat intelligence. Next slide. So we're looking at actionable threat intelligence in the banking sector. So in the banking sector, you have two summary actionable threat intelligence. So we have the experience-based learning, we have the situational awareness. These are actionable threat intelligence in the banking sector. Number one is situational awareness. Banks, in form of consensus, banks are advised to consider supplementing the first one with continuous monitoring program. It's important to have continuous monitoring. Continuous monitoring, 24/7 monitoring, right? Because continuous monitoring helps to capture the risk signal for every attack, for every breach that happens. Most of the time, there's always a signal, there's always a risk signal, right? And there's always indicators within the system. So it could be indicators of compromise within the system. It could be file hashes, it could be some URL, it could be file hashes. Then there's always indicators of attack. If there is robust and comprehensive situational awareness with the different domains of situational awareness put in place, most breaches can be curtailed before they happen. Next slide. Now, you can see that the actionable threat intelligence speaks to the continuous monitoring and it advises for continuous monitoring. Now, this is what happened in a typical environment, in a typical banking environment. You have different systems. You have different systems sitting individually, doing their work. You have the NAC, you have the DAM, you have the WAF, you have different of them. Next. So you have your IPS, you have your IDS, all sitting individually. Next, please. Next. So typically you have this, okay? You have the application performance monitoring, you have your SIM, you have your DLP, you have your WAF, you have your DDoS protection. Next. So you can see they are sitting individually, right? But constant continuous monitoring, real-time monitoring is needed so that the situational awareness goal is achieved. Real-time monitoring, real-time detection, real-time analysis, real-time incident response. Now you have some tool called SWILE, which helps in doing that automated response, right? So this is a comprehensive collection and monitoring that is advised, right? And this can be achieved using a SIM tool and some other tools within the enterprise. You can see for all the systems that you have, for all the security controls that you have, right? Your WAF, your DAM, your APM, all of them, continuous monitoring for everything on your network, your routers, your switches, continuous monitoring across the network. If you want to achieve that robust situational awareness. Next slide, please. All right, 24/7 monitoring and having a solution like a SOA solution, which is security orchestration, automation, and response that doesn't need any human intervention at every point in time, right? If it's properly configured, properly put together, if anything goes wrong, it will automatically respond. It will shut down the port, isolate the system, perform some form of response before any human will be able to act. This is very important. It goes into 24/7 monitoring. So you can also have your governance and risk compliance and compliance of frameworks like OSINT, Internatl framework, and constantly doing your vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. Next slide. Next slide, please. So these are 11 domains of situational awareness that every bank is advised to put in place, right? Event management, incident management, malware detection, asset management, configuration management, network management, license management, information management, software assurance, patch management, vulnerability management. These are the domains of situational awareness that every bank should put in place. If you put all this in place, it will be very and it will work effectively, right? Because it's not just putting them in place, but making them to work effectively. For example, you have a bank that have 12,000 systems. All these systems connected to the network. Do you have a robust patch management solution to make sure that no patch is missed at every point in time? Microsoft releases patch every Tuesday. I think it's called Patch Tuesday, right? No patch is missed because for every patch, every patch that is missed is a vulnerability, and threat actors can use that to come into the environment. And once they come in, that is it. Next slide.
Thank you, please. Just see a round up, please.
Okay. All right. So these are the aspects of collective situational awareness: awareness of the current situation, awareness of the impact of attack, which is impact assessment, awareness of how situation evolve. Right? Situation evolving is very, very important in the situational awareness strategy. Right? Awareness of actors and actors' behavior, the behavior of advisory. Right? Then to be aware of why and how the current situation is caused. If anything goes wrong, investigation, forensic analysis is very important because you have to make sure that this thing never happens again. Next slide. Okay, this is situational awareness taxonomy, right? You have the data gathering, operational, strategic, right? You have the visualization. Next slide. So this is threat intelligence. Threat intelligence, we spoke earlier about the actionable threat intelligence for the banking sector. This is threat intelligence as a whole. Yes. So we have find and report to external threat, accelerate triage, extend visibility with external context, effectively prioritize based on real-time exploitation information. So monitoring in real time will help you see real-time exploitation information, those vulnerabilities that has been exploited, right? Accelerate scoping, attribution, and remediation with high external content. Effectively prioritize spend based on unique knowledge of threats. So this goes to threat analysis, security operation, vulnerability management, incident response, and security leadership. So very importantly, there's a need to have security leadership in all this. In all the domains, there's a need to have a leader, and I believe that is where the CISO comes into place, right? Security leadership to oversee that project, because situational awareness is a project on its own. You can see the 11 domains, it's a project on its own. So having that security leadership to drive that situational awareness of threats in the banking sector is very, very important. Thank you very much. Questions, please.
Yes, we'll just take 2 questions, please. Just 2 questions. And please just go straight to my question, please.
Okay, thank you for a beautiful presentation. My name is Victor Matthias from the Coalition of Civil Societies. You mentioned 11 domains that are supposed to serve as a buffer to stop cyber attacks, especially in the banking sector. My question is, with all of these gateways, why is it that we still have high incidences of cyber crimes in the banking sector? Because this is something you see happening daily. Is it because we have a lot of large incidences of collusion from those that work within the sector, or because these gateways are not enough? Thank you.
I almost did not want it to end, but just have to. I enjoyed it. Now, let me go straight to my question. You have protected yourself very well. How about us, your customer? Because the use of the apps is a product for the bank. Some people don't even know The apps are there. You will tell them, oh, there is an app you can use. You can see that the attack usually comes from the customer who is vulnerable, not aware of the attack where it's coming from. Somebody just gives you a phone call, is asking you for your BVN, asking you for your name, and easily your money is gone. So what have you put in place to help your customers so that they don't get easily attacked and their money just goes like that?
Thank you. I think that will be the last question, so you can answer. Okay, thank you very much for the questions. For the first one, if you have, you said, Mr. Victor, you said if you have these large domains and there are still attacks happening. I think in Nigerian banks are doing quite well, very, very well. I must commend Nigerian bank. They consume these solutions, they consume these security controls, and they make sure to a great extent that these controls work, but there are still attacks, right? So, like I said earlier, the example I gave, which is the path management as part of the domains that we have. A typical bank that have 15,000 endpoints, 15,000 seats, it's not an easy job to make sure that all of them get patched. So the bank must consciously, actively, genuinely wants to do this, because it is a combination of both human and machine that does the patch management, right? It's a combination of both. So to make sure that the person in charge does his job, it's very important. So that will help to reduce the threat surface coming from that particular system that is not being patched. Another thing is the vulnerability management. Like I said earlier, that we can have some legacy systems and legacy applications, right, that you allow, because what is running on them needs those old operating system. Those are loopholes. That is an opening that you are allowing, right? So there's risk acceptance. You accepted that risk. So that is to tell you that things will surely go wrong, but how you respond is very, very important, because on one hand, you allow this legacy system to run on this OS. On the other hand, you are trying to manage the vulnerabilities around those legacy systems and other systems on your network. So it is people, process, and technology doing what they are supposed to do effectively that will help cut it. There is no 100% security anyway. The US Department of Defense was attacked, the White House was attacked, everywhere there will be attacks everywhere. They will happen, your systems will be attacked, things will go wrong. But it's your response to it that matters. I hope that answers your question. The next question talks about the bank customers. So this is in two areas. For the bank, if the bank is deploying application, those apps on your phones, there are security, special security that comes with those apps to make sure that somebody doesn't hijack your transaction, right? There is that to make sure that there's man in the middle doesn't attack your transactions. So for this banking application, the banks have different security controls around those banking applications. One of them is this solution that what it does is it protects your banking application. It stops like when you start a transaction and it stops a third party from hijacking your transaction. And you also have your WAF solution that protects your WAF solution that protects your banking application also. So you have this solution that can help protect your banking application. That is on the bank, but there is limitation to what the bank can do. Now, hygiene. Keep your password to yourself. Don't make your password strong, right? There is a good cyber hygiene. All right, so there are things that you need to do. Cybersecurity awareness. You should go ahead to give yourself, to educate yourself how to protect yourself. You have phishing attacks that happen. Some people get calls.
that there are somebody's calling from XYZ bank, that they need your BVN, that some, you have to be aware, this is your own personal cyber hygiene that you have to put in place. That those calls, a bank won't just call you that way. Some people get SMS that you should call this number or do XYZ thing. You have to do all these things. So one is on the bank to protect those apps, to protect those applications using their very, very good tools and security controls. And the other is on you to make sure that you have good cyber hygiene individually. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please a round of applause for our presenter. Thank you very much, sir. I think you can do better than that. Please put your hands together for our presenter, Mr. Victor Ugu, who represented the Managing Director of Data Security Consulting. Sir? I thought we answered. Okay, maybe another question? Because he answered some questions now, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir. Interesting subject indeed that we just listened to, the collective situational awareness of the cyber threats within the banking sector. There is nobody in this room, I believe, that does not have a bank account, and the threat to our monies is the subject of the conversation, of the presentation that we just had. It is interesting, one of the very interesting things he talked about, or he mentioned, is the fact that the question is not if there will be a cyber attack. In fact, it's actually when it happens, what will you do about it? Thank you very much, Mr. Victor Ugu. And I believe that actually brings to the fore an interesting statistics here. Based on a study done by the University of Maryland, they said that as of 2007, the study found that malicious hackers were attacked at the rate of one attack every 39 seconds in 2017. But in 2020, that number actually increased to one successful attack every 1.12 seconds. And this does not account for the attempted attacks or those that went unreported. This is just for successful attacks. I think it's pretty alarming, and it makes this conversation that we're having on this entire conference very, very necessary. At this point, I'll be calling on the next person to come up stage to give a special remark, and it is the Deputy Managing Director of Huawei, Nigeria. Please welcome to this podium, Osita Iweze. Please keep on clapping until he makes his way here. Osita Iweze, the Deputy Managing Director, Huawei, Nigeria. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his way up here. Don't stop clapping. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you all. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be very quick in my remarks. To the chairman of the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybercrime, Senator Yakubu Oseni, and to all other senators and distinguished guests present, allow me to stand on all protocols that have been established previously. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today to deliver this message. My name is Osita Iweze, Deputy MD of Huawei Technologies, Nigeria. I bring greetings from the entire Huawei Nigeria team and wishes for the general success of these deliberations. Huawei has been operating in Nigeria for the last 22 years and has since then been committed to providing accessible, available, and affordable network infrastructure in Nigeria through leading innovation. The communications networks constructed by Huawei provide connectivity for more than half of Nigeria's population. The reason why we are convened here today is to discuss on digital technology and cybersecurity in Nigeria. The following And following the theme of the event, the digital theater and the future of Nigeria, we believe it is important to always address security and safety in the industry ecosystem with a view to always having network integrity and security prioritized. The advent of 5G technology is important as it provides us all and the nation a springboard for driving innovation and fostering inclusion and equity on the world stage. It is important to state now that security requirements remain the bedrock and foundation on which we design, manufacture, and deliver all our products. Over the past 33 years, Huawei has served more than 3 billion users across the world in over 170 countries, and in that time, we have not encountered any major cybersecurity incident or problems. This is because we are fully aware of the importance of cybersecurity and we constantly actively engage our customers to understand the various concerns of governments and customers around the world regarding security. 5G brings with it new services, architectures, and technologies compared to 4G. And to understand the requirements of diversified scenarios and better define 5G security standards to address these associated risks, in 2018, 3GPP SA3, which is responsible for security in the 5G system, held 7 meetings. 74 companies, including their subsidiaries, attended these meetings, including Huawei, and they sent technical experts with the key objective of formulating 5G security standards. The 3GPP SA3 has comprehensively analyzed 5G threats and risks in 17 security areas. In general, most threats and challenges faced by 5G security are the same as those faced by 4G. However, the security challenges brought by new services, architectures, and technologies to 5G networks needs to be considered. 3GPP 5G security and 4G security share the same purpose, which is to ensure the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of networks and data. The 5G standalone network supports more security features to tackle potential security challenges in the future 5G lifecycle. 5G non-standalone and 4G networks share the same security mechanisms and work in standard and practice consistently to keep improving their security levels. 5G cybersecurity standards have by default standardized more security features to tackle potential security challenges and lead to security enhancements in the future 5G lifecycle. The Network Security Assurance Scheme, NESAS, has been jointly defined by GSMA and 3GPP for security evaluation of mobile network equipment. Developed according to security standards and guidelines pertaining to vendors, products, development, and lifecycle processes, the scheme provides a security baseline to evidence that network equipment satisfies a series of security requirements. Currently, 3GPP has initiated security evaluation for multiple 5G network equipment, and major equipment vendors, which include Huawei and present operators, are actively participating in the NESAS standard formulation. Now, I just want to talk about 5G safety and security briefly. Huawei R&D focuses very heavily on security throughout product development, adhering to the principle of security by design and security in process. Cybersecurity activities built into the process are performed in strict compliance throughout the entire product lifecycle, so that security requirements can be implemented in each phase. Huawei R&D provides the integrated product development process to guide end-to-end product development. Since 2010, Huawei has started to build cybersecurity activities into the IPD process according to industry security practices and standards such as Microsoft's ISDL, and the National Institute for Standards and Technology Cybersecurity Framework, to name a few, as well as cybersecurity requirements for customers and government. Such activities include security requirements, design, development, test, release, and vulnerability management. Checkpoints are used in this process to ensure that security activities are effectively implemented in product and solution development. This practice improves the robustness of products and solutions and enhances privacy, protection, and ensures Huawei provides its customers with secure products and solutions. Now, in Huawei's 5G global deployment, currently there are over 140 5G networks deployed globally, and Huawei has deployed over 50% of them without any security incidents, and many telecom operators are using Huawei to archive business records and success and improve branding. These developments have taken place in Vodafone of Spain, Zain of Saudi Arabia, Due of the UAE, and MTN of South Africa, to name a few, and others are completed and ongoing as well. In conclusion, we believe the time is right for government regulators to work closely with all relevant industries and partners. In this way, government can deliver a consistent set of regulations to address 5G security, while at the same time allowing for operators to take responsibilities for the overall implementation. In this way, we can truly harness all possible opportunities that this technology has to offer and allow Nigerians to participate fully and actively, and maybe even lead in this advent of the fourth industrial revolution. Thank you very much.
Please let's appreciate the last speaker, Osita Iweze, who just delivered a special remark representing Huawei Nigeria. Please a round of applause for him. I'd like to use this opportunity to recognize the presence of the Chairman, Governing Board, Digital Bridge Institute, Right Honorable Otumba Olusegun Beli. Please a round of applause for him, please. Please put your hands together. We can do better than this. So you're welcome. Also here is Honorable NEC Enyi. Please put your hands together for him. He's a board member of the Digital Bridge Institute. Also here is Chief Omotunwa Upen, also here, a member of the board of Digital Bridge. Please, a round of applause. Put your hands together for him, please. And we have Right Honorable Kelechi Nwagu. Is it here? Okay, it's gone out. And then we have Dr. Niro Oyekale. Dr. Niro Oyekale. Please put your hands together for him. They are board members of Digital Bridge Institute. Now we'll be moving on to the next paper presentation, and the topic for this presentation is all about social media governance. I believe this will be a very interesting one. It is something we all should be looking forward to. All about social media governance. And to do justice to this paper is a special assistant to the governor of Akwa Ibom State on new media. Please welcome Enyekeme Finba.
All right, thank you, the MC. I think I've taken through another course, and that being itself. Let me appreciate the leadership of the Senate Committee and all the distinguished senators that are here, special guests, and all of us participants at this conference. I really do appreciate this opportunity to give this presentation on a topic that should really excite us, because the social media is the terrain that we are living, whether you're an ICT, a savvy person, or you just have layman's knowledge. So we move on the slides a little quickly, the people have the control. So it's all about social media governance, and of course it involves the right generation. I'm excited about it. Quickly on to the next slide. We've done the thank you. Quickly next, the social media. Okay, let's hold it there. Yes. Please just bring it back. Just tap on the software one after the other. The social media governance is actually something that is an entire course that we will have to do a crash on and practically zero in on the aspects that are very relevant to us, especially at this conference, which is cyber security. So what exactly is the social media? It's internet-based form of communication. Just next slide very quickly. And any digital tool that allows the user to quickly create and share content to the public falls under the social media. Any tool, any application, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And so what's social media governance is an ongoing process. And the important word we should not is risk. Risk is an ongoing process that identifies, evaluates, prioritizes, and mitigates risk arising from the use of the social media, whether as an individual, whether as a group, as a business, or as a government. It could be state or national in nature and character, but all of us actually are involved in social media governance. And so that is a summary of what is entirely about. And so this is a practical example. I come from a state, Akwa Ibom State, and we are a government, but we're also involved in business, because government's role is to inspire job creation. And one of such strategies that my state governor has used is he's the first government that is owning an airline. And that airline, I know some of us here have flown, you've been there. I want to use that to demonstrate the fact that social media governance can involve business and government at the same time. And so it's not just a government model, it's also something that business people should be interested. And so look at now, in Brunei, for instance, we both manage risk, whether it is as a state or as a business at the same time. And of course, we also use the social media to get customers, to create awareness, to market this particular air flight, and you know the risk that could be involved. What if there is a hack into our system and people begin to access flights? You could lose billions of naira in a day. You could be faced with an amazing crisis. You could be faced with not just security crisis. Of course, note that terrorism can also come in here because we're dealing with aviation. And in Brunei, for instance, in the next few weeks, we'll be beginning regional flights to several countries of the world. So without a proper social media governance structure in place, you can lose several billions of naira in few minutes if you don't get that in place. So it's about not just systems and platform, it's about people, it's about strategy, and so we need a structure that will certainly assist us to reach our goals. So understanding all of this is what constitutes the social media governance. And the NCC has done an amazing job. You know, it defines social media governance in an amazing way. It even has a document on a framework on social media governance, which is amazing. I'm going to talk on it as we continue to progress. Let's continue to go. We're defining social media governance. And then as a discipline, which is still very novel, there are at least 7 major components. Quickly to the next slide. And this is just hold on there. Social media policy. We need policy to regulate the social media. Social governance framework. We've been discussing about this in several of our conferences. The social strategy. My brother just talked about social resilience and crisis management. Policy awareness. How aware are people of this and control? And then the one that is topical now is the regulation and compliance, because what you are waiting to hear now is, should the social media in Nigeria be regulated? We'll get to answer that in the course of this. And then data privacy and control. How safe is our data? All of us are having conversations on a daily second basis. How safe is your conversation? Where is your conversation housed? All this data that we are sharing per second, how safe are we? Please bring up that model again. The social media governance framework from ICC, this is how it goes. For your organization, first you must identify your goals and the requirements and the needs. And then you now have the strategy. No matter what you do, you must have the strategy in the people to manage, in the contents, and in the platforms. And then you now have your internal organizational context, and then the governance structure, which is mostly at the government and state level, which is regulation and compliance, monitoring, analytics, and of course reporting. Let's move to the next slide very quickly. And so we look at social media governance.
cyber security, because I'll leave the other aspects and zero in on one consensus at this summit, and the future of Nigeria. The NCC acknowledges that its framework document is not something that you can justify. It's not a legal document that you can enforce. It is a mere guide. It's like chapter 2 of our constitution, provides for so many amazing things, but you can't enforce it in a court of law. And so that framework is not justiciable, but the framework is amazing because it complements the national effort towards having a transparent cyberspace. So Nigeria has done well to that extent of having all of this, and so many bodies are involved in governing the social media network. Next slide, please. One of the biggest challenges of the governance in the national context, number one, the laws. Number one, the laws, the regulations, and our implementation strategies. Our Cybercrime Act 2015, in my opinion, is the best law that covers the entire area. But that law is inadequate. It is obsolete. Some of the provisions there have no business with the current technological realities. That law talks about cyber cafes. How many people go to cyber cafes today to do social media? Very few. If at all there are still people who go out to cyber cafes to access Facebook, everything has gone mobile and the technology is moving very quickly. And so the safety of the social media, some of the laws we have were not crafted for the social media. They were done for broadcast media, like the one that the broadcasting regulation body does. Those laws were not done. So please let's quickly move on. The organizations that are involved in governing social media, so many of them, federal ministries, the NBC, the central bank, and then the intelligence and security agencies. Very importantly, we have not defined their roles. That is why you can have up to 5 security agencies prosecuting one criminal. The EFCC captures someone on his way out of the court. The ICPC takes on the same person on a similar case. As he's about leaving the office of the National Security Advisor, he's also interested in the same case. Meanwhile, the DSS is also working to prosecute the same criminal. Everybody is working because there is conflict of implementation and of the parent laws in governing the social media. And so let's quickly move on there. So some of them have stretched their powers. Let me give you an example. When Twitter was banned, Twitter removed President Buhari's tweet. You could recall months ago. When NBC issued, a directive suspending Twitter and all of it. But it was not within their powers because Section 2 of the NBC Act only authorizes them to the extent of the direct satellite broadcast and cable televisions. It doesn't include the social media. They acted completely out of it. So we have a policy gap. We have a legal gap to that extent. Please, let's continue to move on. So, to the big question now, should the social media be regulated? If you throw this question on the streets, Nigerians will dismiss it completely. They don't want to hear about it. They don't trust government, they don't trust the lawmakers, because from antecedents, the intentions have never been clear. They think that you want to guard people from speaking their minds, that you want to, do all of that. And so, all of this has not very good time. The laws are also aimed at addressing several other issues. Next slide, please. Yes, at least 3 senators have attempted to regulate the social media platforms. First one, Senator Ibn Bala Naala, sponsored a bill in 2015, act against frivolous petitions. I think the Senate denied it at some point in time. And then we had internet falsehood and manipulations bill by Senator Mohammed Sani. A similar bill on hate speech sponsored by Senator Sadia Kulai was subsequently dissolved. There have been several attempts. Nigerians don't want to talk about social media regulation. Nigeria is not alone. Even in Canada, there was an attempt to regulate the social media. There was a bill in November last year known as C10 that we have regulated the social media. Subsequently, it died at the Parliament. November 2021, just last month, Australia proposed a legislation to make the social media big companies to provide details of users who post defamatory comments. They have regulated their space in some way. In February, India also attempted to regulate their space. They have put a law in place, and that regulation requires technology companies to appoint a grievance officer within the country, meaning the country data out of the country. They have some level of control.
Vietnam and Pakistan have also they have laws too, including Brazil and Poland. They are considering their own versions. And so several countries of the world are finding their own formula to regulate the social media. Turkey passed a sweeping law that mandates large media companies to open local offices, which are tasked with answering content takedown requests within 24 hours. That is a strategy to regulate. And so I take on the social media regulation in Nigeria is that we cannot run away from it. It is inevitable. One day we will have to face this monster and address it. The relevant stakeholders will need to commence these talks. We need to talk about it and bring every section of the Nigerian population to the table, because we must fashion out a law that will capture the current challenges of blackmail, of hate speech, of security, and then aptly define our future. So this how it looks and how countries are regulating their social media differently. Countries like Kenya, there's full accessibility. The government at times has asked companies to remove content. Australia platforms are required to quickly remove any abhorrent, violent material. That was passed not long ago. Brazil too also have some of these laws. That is, we look at Germany and the United Arab Emirates subsequently. Let's move on. Let's just move on. Countries are actually regulating the social media space. So we'll do a comparative analysis and see how the cyber space is being governed in other countries and what laws that they are actually putting in place to make all of this happen. I'll begin with the United States. There are many laws that are governing cyberspace, and of course we know they have almost the most robust cyber laws and cyber security frameworks. Many laws, the HIPAA laws and so many on. There's something President Trump did in 2018 when he passed the Cyber Security Infrastructure Security Agency Act, which really addresses issues with regulation of the cyberspace. Let's move on very quickly. That's what we're talking about currently. Cyber laws in the United States, there are so many of them. And then what President Trump did. And then Germany, very interestingly, they don't have a law, but they have individual laws that are very strong, like the German penal code. We also have our criminal code. But those laws are updated and they seem to address these issues well. Let's go to Dubai, the United Arab Emirates, that are also doing exceedingly well. They have the Cyber Crimes Law 2012 that is doing quite great there. They also have agencies that are ensuring that they have a legal framework that covers data privacy and of course protection, artificial intelligence, and the rest of the world. I actually want to round off so that we can have enough time to have the interaction. And so in all of this, talking about these governance models, what should we conclude on? Please hold on the slides. My first point is that social media governance is critical for every individual and group and company. We should engage professionals to manage the social media for us. Your reputation can move from popularity to disgrace in less than 1 second if you don't have professionals handling the social media for you. And so it's highly recommended that professionals should be engaged to achieve great results and minimize errors and risk. And then my second recommendation would be that Nigeria has need for stronger cyber laws and regulations. I know at the moment NIDA has its own regulation. Everyone is trying to regulate from one end to the other. No one single law can do it. But we should at this point in time zero in on a social media regulation. There should be a law that will address the use of the social media. We can't just rely on existing laws to prosecute people because they cannot pass the test of evidence in Nigerian courts, especially on criminal matters, where you must prove beyond reasonable doubt. So when you subject it to regular laws of defamation, of libel, of slander, you see those criminals walk free and continue the hate speech. And so we need a review of these laws and then new laws where necessary, especially. And again, to also stop the big tech companies from exploiting Nigerians. Because when we look at social media regulation, we're only looking at government stopping people from speaking. What about the advertising rates of companies. The NCC has its own work to do, but we can also strengthen even the supervising bodies to breathe more down on the necks of big tech companies, because they do things that actually exploit content producers. Why do we produce all these contents for social media platforms and don't get paid for it? These are areas that the laws will certainly do address. And so next recommendation, please. The next slide. Our new cyber law should encompass lofty provisions in the data protection regulation that is emanated from ONIDA and the data protection bill. Lovely content from there, but we need to make it a law so that it can be enforced. And then the cyberspace is becoming complex. Nigeria needs a uniform cybersecurity framework. We will continue to talk about framework, upon framework, but we can't run away from it. And I recommend the American example that the Cyber Security and Infrastructure Security Agency Act of 2018 sat down and addressed many areas. And so if we have either upgrade our Cyber Crimes Act or have a new social media regulation law, we can capture this and push for to address all the gray areas. Please, next slide. And so the roles should be clearly defined for security agencies, because that's another gray area. Cybercrime Advisory Council, I think there's a council like that in place, and the Nigeria Cybercrime Coordination Center should be given legal backing so that all of these can be properly coordinated. And so the social media in Nigeria, whether we like it or not, whether we run away from it today, we will have to face this in 5 years, in 10 years, needs some measure of regulation. If we keep our hearts open and have the right intention, government should also be unfair in pushing for this regulation bill. Provisions that try to stop people from speaking should be expunged. There should be clear provisions, and then so that those who spread false information should be held liable. Existing laws were not drafted, I've said that, with social media in mind, and so all the parties must be carried along in the making of the new law, whether for the Cyber Crimes Act or upgrading, or whether it is a new social regulation law, to avoid suspicion, that government intends to crack down on dissenting voices. I think now we're going to do all of this, we will achieve better social media governance in Nigeria. I thank you for the great moments we've had to share thoughts on this subject matter. Thank you very much. If we do better than that, we want to applause for our presenter. Questions, yes. Please, we'll take about 2 questions, just 2 questions. This is a very interesting conversation I believe. We'll have a lot of questions, perhaps 3. So you want to complete and identify which one answer, please.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to appreciate the speaker. He has delivered a very interesting and very good topic, and he performed very well. Well, another thing is, I'm going in line with what he said. If you are a VIP, you need somebody that has the knowledge of social media to be helping to manage this. I will start one example. This same thing is saying happen in our organization. Yes, a very senior officer post something in our group, and a lot of people did not even recognize he's a high-notch person in the establishment. And everybody started reacting. Instead of the very senior officer to even come and not reacting to all the comments, the guy in question continued reacting. And as he was reacting to every comment, everything just keep on. It was somebody that just told him, in fact, please don't react again. If you don't react, you'll be able to curb this. And that is how he resolved. So that in what he says, I quite agree with you. If you're a VIP, even if anything goes within your platform, look for a very good professional to manage it. If not, it's going to lead to a lot of things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that's more of a contribution than an answer. The chairman, sir.
Thank you very much. This is a very wonderful presentation. I must commend you for the presentation. And mine is just kind of
appreciating some states that are up and running in terms of ICT compliance. Honestly, before, I don't know your state is this up there, so I really appreciate your contribution very. So from today onward, I'll add your stats and top lists of those that are doing well in terms of ICT. But as social media. If you are in the street, if you are everywhere, you ask somebody, any individual, that what do you think about regulating social media? They will say it's going to regulate social media. But the same person, when it comes to National Assembly to do the meeting, the same person will come against it vehemently. Like you said, it's all about loss of trust and confidence and all that. But what baffles me is this. Somebody that you voted theoretically will vote into power with all your mental alertness and all that. With your hands, you voted somebody. In fact, immediately you told against that person that you don't trust him again. After 4 years, you voted another set of people. You don't trust them again to do the job. I don't really understand what we need as a nation. So, you have all your power to choose the best person that you feel you can trust. Is it that we don't have that opportunity to choose the person that we can trust, or we don't have anybody to trust at all? That is one. Then, this particular social media regulations, personally, we have to regulate social media because you know that the damages social media is causing is more than the good in some aspects anyway, not in all aspects. Now, in National Assembly, for example, we don't wake up overnight and pass a day. A day you have to pass through some processes. First limiting, second reading, then public hearing. Why don't we allow this when it comes to public hearing, instead of throwing the paper further away immediately, completely? Why don't we gather ourselves, those that we feel that they have the knowledge of what we want, and participate fully in the public hearing? And so, because whatever you decide in public hearing, that is what will come to turn for final vetting and all that. Why don't we? I think we and everybody will have this. To have to create this awareness to the public, because so many countries regulate their social media. We can't just leave it like this open for any hack and carry to just be coming in and going out at will. And some people are even doing this social media faces. Some people are even using another person's email to do whatever they want to do. You know those things. We need to regulate. I think we need to create this awareness. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just add a point to that. Thank you. Can we do a better round of applause for the chairman of the committee? See, the problem with these regulation bills has always even been, it begins from the people who propose the bills. Their intentions are completely suspect. In fact, if you look at their personality, they have an agenda. Where they come from, two of them, I think we're from the same political party with Mr. President. I think we're from Niger State. And so Nigerians are smart people. They know when you are trying to smuggle in something through the back door, and they know your intentions, however good they sound. And so it felt before they could hear one single provision of that law. And then the provisions of the law were shallow in nature when people began to analyze the bill. That is why the process is important. I imagine if the Senate committee on our committee now champions a bill from a clean slate arising from a conference like this, and beforehand begin to educate Nigerians on the critical provisions of this law. For instance, in Akwa Ibom, we've had cases of cyber attacks, And even the parent companies cannot account for the identities of these people. Somebody just gets an email address in less than 1 minute, registers it, open a Facebook account, and begins to dump all manner of security threatening information, personality destroying information, and then nobody can trace it, nobody can, authenticate. These are things that law would have addressed. Our national identity should be attached to every account. These are things that the law will clearly define, not just regulations from these agencies. It will be a legal thing. So I can go to court and challenge Facebook to provide the identity of this person that has, defamed me in character, whether as government or as business. Because you see, we lose billions of naira. You don't only lose money when you lose physical money. When you lose reputation, you've lost value. You've lost money too. So Nigerians look at it from the other angle. But do we know what we lose? Even corporately as a country, when we talk down on the country, if you want to talk, the problem is not talking. But come out of the masquerade and do the talking. Let's know who is talking. Where do you live? Where is your address? So that we can invite you to talk what you said on social media again. If you are bold enough, you say it again. So we need those laws, and we need the education, and we need the right people. The civil society should be carried along. The young people who actually enjoy this social media, like you and I, should be carried along to be part of this new law. Don't do this law and hand it over like us, like Christians, like Moses brought the laws from the mountain and handed it down. For Christians who understand, so we must be able to be part of the lawmaking. And I tell you, if the sensitization is right, if the right people are carried along, it may not be 100% acceptance, but we will have 70 and 80, and that is good enough for us to have a decent law. Because what will come in future with social media and destruction will be so enormous that we may not be able to handle it. So once again, thank you very much. Okay, I have one question. Sorry.
All right, before you go, I appreciate your paper and from organization, coalition in Abuja. We online, we know that a lot of people use harmful language and a lot of things that come on the mainstream of social media. So, but the challenge for us is not regulation. The challenge is we use these laws because from the proposed bills you cited, there were attempts to actually undermine freedom of expression. So, and then there are also attempts to actually gag the rise of independent media. Because you see, one of the advantages of social media and the advent of the internet is the fact that we can do it with conventional businesses. People can actually found their business online and thrive. But when you begin to regulate them too much, then you limit the capacity of these people to be able to express themselves and actually create job opportunities. So our own contribution is that the civil society should be carried along, and also there should be massive education of the populace when you want to actually come up with these bills and laws, so that when we're going to do regulation, let it be holistic. Let it not be something that is foisted on us, and then we're expected to just abide by it. So people should be carried along. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that really answers itself. I think what we should do probably is to move a motion that Mr. Chairman here will propose a new law, and will have our excellent backing. We need that law. We cannot run away from the realities of that law, and it must be championed. And everybody must be carried along. The public, it must be a law of the people. Because at the moment, nobody wants to touch the social media regulation bill, even with a long bill. You touch that bill, you lose the next election. Someone has to do that job. Politicians are scared of getting near social media regulation bill. But if there is a courageous lawmaker who can galvanize the relevant people, the civil society, the security agencies, and the stakeholders, and first have a talk session and then the process of that bill will begin to move, like the wheels of a vehicle, and then even the provisions will be subject of communique. You see, that bill will emerge very naturally, and the usual suspicion of the interjections in the bill will not be necessary. But if you begin it from the Minister of Information's perspective, everyone will be suspect that they don't want people to criticize the federal government. Truth is that this government will be gone in 2 years, but these issues will remain even for upcoming governments, irrespective of the political parties that will be at the top. We must have that regulation. We either have it now or we'll have it in future. Thank you. I think I can now finally take a bow.
Please a round of applause for Mr. Nyek Keme Fimba. Please put your hands together for him. Don't be tired, please. Thank you very much for such a vibrant presentation. I believe you felt your energy. I mean, you walked right to the middle of the stage. That was unique. Thank you very much. That was the Special Assistant to the Governor of Akwa Ibom State on New Media, and the paper presentation was all about social media governance. Interestingly, it's going to be part of the next panel discussion, and so you'll be back on stage in a bit. But before we call up the members of the next panel discussion, I'd like to recognize the Deputy Director Procurement of the National Directorate of Employment. He is representing the Director General of the National Directorate of Employment. Please welcome Mr. Ariel Henry. This is here. Can you stand up to recognize? Okay, over there. Nice to have you here, sir. You're welcome, sir. We'd also love to recognize the presence of the President, FCT Association of Persons with Disability, Engineer Kaura Z. Joseph. Please a round of applause. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. From the same Association of Persons with Disability, we have Honorable Uwemobong Akaniene. Is here. All right, please a round of applause. Thank you for being here. We'll be going to the next item on our program, and that is panel discussion 2. And the topic is data services protection policies and processes. Data services protection policies and processes. And to be participants on this panel, I'll be calling them one after the other. First, I'll be calling on the Privacy Policy Manager. I'll be calling on them one after the other. The first person I'll be calling on is the Privacy Policy Manager, Meta, Facebook. Please welcome Ololade Shylon. Is it here, please? Olalade Shylon, Privacy Policy Manager, Meta, Facebook. If she's here, please put your hands together for her coming in from the left. Just sit down, just take a seat. And then we will be having back on stage the very vibrant Special Assistant to the Governor of Akwa Ibom State on New Media. And yet came in Fimba. So sorry, sir. Please put your hands together for him. I'm sure you are very excited to have him come in. But please, let's put our hands together for him as he makes his way up. From NCC, we have Engineer Dr. Chidi Diobu. All right. I
believe they're still in this hall, especially from the left-hand side. Please put your hands together for Engineer Dr. Chidi Dibo. Okay. And from the Department of Computer Science, Amado Bello University, Zaria, I believe it's not around. Okay. I believe. Now, to moderate this panel is Dr. Habiba Musa. Dr. Habiba Musa, is she here? Yes, she surely is here. Please put your hands together for her as she makes her way up. Don't stop clapping until she gets here. Trust me, it's going to be your turn very soon to come up here, and I'm sure you need this applause. Keep on clapping, please. Very much. Again, the topic for discussion is data services protection policies and processes. At this point, I'll be handing control over to the moderator, Dr. Habiba Musa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Welcome to this panel discussion, panelists. The topic is data services protection policies. The advent of the advent of the coronavirus pandemic has really made a lot of things to move to the cyberspace, and for the convenience that technology brought to people, especially during this pandemic era, cannot be overemphasized. The thing is, for these services to be rendered efficiently and effectively, data will have to be collated from consumers. So, as you collect this data, it is required that the privacy and the safety of the consumers is key, is paramount. So starting from the NCC, sir, what has the NCC done to ensure the privacy of consumers?
All right, thank you. What has NCC done to ensure the privacy of citizens' data? I think that's the question. Firstly, as I had alluded to in the past, one of our key regulatory functions is to protect, inform, and educate consumers. So one of the challenges in doing that is to get the citizens aware of their rights in the first instance. And we carry out such campaigns through what we call Telecommunications Consumer Parliament. This exercise takes place in every state capital periodically. Then we also have what we call the consumer outreach programs targeted towards the urban cities. And then we have the town hall meetings for the rural dwellers. And recently we are adding what we call campus conversation, where we try as much as possible to bring the operating companies very close to the consumers. Then on the policy side, we will be instrumental to developing policy guidelines, as Timbers had mentioned. We were instrumental to developing things like Child Online Protection Act, and then also having other frameworks, which in general would address the willingness of a citizen to give their information and allow their information to be used for a particular purpose. So by way of introduction, I'll end for now, and then I'll take it further as we advance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Facebook. The NGPR provides for data minimization. Data ought to be collected minimally and for specified purposes. So what has Facebook done to adhere compliance to this principle?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. So we're now called Meta. Just to clarify, yes, so we're now called Meta. So as you would know, beyond the NDPR requiring data minimization, this is generally a principle you'll find in all global human rights, in all global data protection frameworks. So it's something that lies at the heart of the way we approach privacy at Facebook. So we have our privacy principles that guide us in terms of what we do and how we approach data. And I want to mention, there are 7 of them. I want to mention 2 of them that I think are particularly pertinent to this issue. So the first one is that we give people control over their privacy. And what that essentially means is that we give people the tools to be able to make the choices that they need to make about how they want to stay private, because we realize that privacy means different things to different people. The other one I want to mention, more generally, is that in terms of practicalities, right? There are a lot of things we do to ensure that we are only collecting the amount of data we need for a particular purpose. So one area that I think is particularly, I would say, problematic for us, not just in Nigeria, but across the board, is the increasing requirement that we're seeing or around collecting like ID verification to be able to use services online. And for us, that has a lot of issues attached to it, especially data minimization. Because when you think about it, if you're a platform like ours, and you don't need to have all people's data for them to be able to use your service, and you're required to collect their ID, then it becomes a problem. And so we're not able to sort of fulfill our commitment to data minimization. So for us, we will ensure that on that issue in particular, we do not collect ID for data minimization reasons, but also because we realize that IDs also tend to contain sensitive personal information. So depending on what ID you're talking about, it could have, health information, your blood group, it could have your religion. All those things are very sensitive and have an extra, like an added layer of justification in terms of why you want to collect that data and how you go about protecting that data. So for us, minimization is at the heart of what we do. We try and ensure that we not only collect data that we do not need, but we not store it for longer than is necessary. And in that regard, there are also a lot of tools that we have that allow you to access the data that you've shared, look at it, download it, and if you want to, delete it. So at the end of the day, we really give users control to determine exactly how they want to go about their experience on our platforms. So that's what I would say in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. But going from what you said, you're saying that, or you said that Meta tries as much as possible to abide by the principle of data minimization. So in instances where people get unsolicited advertisements from advertising companies, what happens in such situations? Where do they get the data of the people that they're advertising to?
Okay, so I'm not sure I'm clear about what you mean by unsolicited advertisements, but maybe I should just really explain what a business model is, right? So our business model really is about personalized advertising. That is at the core of what we do. And what that essentially means is that, and it's not just Meta, but there are a lot of companies that focus on this business model. And what that essentially means is that businesses are using attributes, it could be your location, your demographic, or your prior purchasing history to show you advertisements. And so that is essentially what our business model is. So when you say unsolicited, I beg to disagree that it's unsolicited. So what businesses do is that they have different ways of going about this. So for example, it could be something that happens offline. You walk into a shop or you buy something. At the time you are buying something from this business, you would have been asked to consent to receiving further marketing materials in the future. So what these businesses will then do sometimes is to then,
share, maybe you would have shared maybe like an email address. So they'll share that email address, right, with businesses generally speaking, not just with platforms, not necessarily Meta only, and then ask that this person has consented to be for us to share marketing materials. So if this person actually is on your platform, then please do market XYZ to them. So it's not unsolicited in that regard because you have actually consented. So we require, of course, that that business has gotten the consent that they need, right? And it's up to the business and not up to Meta to ensure that they comply with what the law says. Because at the end of the day, it's impossible for Meta to force businesses themselves to comply. But they are required to. That's what we require them to do. So in that regard, I would say it's unsolicited because the user or the individual has consented to receiving that marketing communication.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that very educating explanation. So from your explanation, every subscriber of Facebook has consented to the business model.
That's not what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, so Facebook, I think it's unless advertisers really what helps businesses around the world to be able to give free services. So people come on Facebook, and the service on Facebook, the app itself, it's free, right? What I'm saying is that advertisers advertise on Facebook, right? So this is just one example of how advertisements come on Facebook and how you will see advertisements. So if as an individual, you have consented to a business marketing to you, right? And it's always different kind of words that we use, but they have gotten your consent to say, can we share with you marketing materials about XYZ in the future? And you'd have said yes, right? That's one of the ways. So it doesn't mean that by coming to Facebook automatically, you've consented to receiving ads, no. It is about the business itself that is showing the ads that must get the consent from you, not you consent to Facebook to show you ads. That's not how it works. Yeah.
Thank you very much. NCC, sorry, sir. Can you please buttress more light on unsolicited advertisements from network providers, network service providers to subscribers?
You're right. Unsolicited messages are discouraged from the regulator's point of view for the simple reason that it violates consumer rights. Now, with every right, you've got an obligation. So the obligation we keep bringing to the notice of subscribers is to ensure that before you click, before you accept anything, you read the terms and conditions. So most of the time, advertisers, network operators, and so on and so forth will send you adverts, and then you do not know what is beneath, and then you click yes. So it's usually good for you to read back before you can click yes. One of the questions that the last speaker was trying to attend was the use of cookies. Am I correct? The use of cookies in advertisement. For instance, you are headed towards buying stuff from British Airways, and then they say we use cookies to profile XYZ. Do you agree? That is obtaining your consent compellingly. And there is a lot of ethical issues around that behavior. Personally, I would think that is completely against certain ethical, it violates people's rights when we obtain their data in a very compelling manner through the use of cookies. Cookies simply means that they can share their information with their partners. When I look at it, they are saying to you that, okay, we can tell our taxi drivers about you, we can tell our chef about you, and so on and so forth. That's essentially what they do. It's like gang movement. So let me say this clearly. As regulators, we are technology neutral. We are technology neutral.
Can you explain what you mean by technology neutral?
Okay, fine. By being tech neutral, I mean that we do not promote one technology or application against the other. What we do is to to create elaborate infrastructure and terrain of all those services are rendered, but we are not lawyers, in the best sense. So, for instance, NCC will tell you to use a particular make of equipment against the other. What we're trying to do is to tap across all equipment to make sure that they are operating within acceptable limits. That's what we do. Okay, now, internet as it were is met, we are also going to met with neutrality. By net neutrality, I mean that anybody can post anything because it's not geographical. And so when we talk about social media regulation, care must be used to define boundaries. Internet has no boundary per se, especially if you do not have gateway stations. In Nigeria, our gateways are not as strong as it is, for example, in China, where they ban WhatsApp outrightly and replace it with what we call WeChat. So when we begin to talk about social media regulation, we want to go back to the basics. And the basics will involve having to roll out networks that will be supportive of social media regulation so that you can regulate what is coming in from the gateway, not as a matter of people chatting among themselves. So that's not my understanding of social media regulation. It goes beyond that. It includes having to, roll out further networks that are able to regulate the traffic coming in and leaving the country. I would like to discuss the issue of social media regulation whenever it comes to the House because it's a very sensitive topic.
I agree with you on that. I'll still come back to you before I go to Mr. Finbar, but I could see that the Meta lady is busy shaking her head because I think she's disagreeing with you on some points. So let's give her the opportunity to.
Thank you very much. What I was trying to explain was actually not cookies, although that's one of the models, one of the vehicles for advertisement. This also happens offline, so it doesn't have to be, if I walk into a shop and I buy something, and I fill out a form that says that, and I give them my email and things like that, and I say I'm going to accept advertisement, that is different from cookies. Cookies are different in the sense that they are placed right on your device, on your computer, and most of the time, like when you see is like you ask for you to accept or not. You see that they are essential cookies. They are for many websites. If they do not accept those cookies, those websites will not function optimally, and you're not able to use that website for what it's meant to be used for. So they are essential cookies, but there are also other cookies that are advertising cookies. And it's up to you as a consumer to be able to say, okay, I only want the essential cookies. I don't want all the other ones that are related to advertisement. But without cookies, most websites will not perform optimally. So I think I wanted to make that distinction that I wasn't referring to cookies, I was referring to offline engagement. But even online, the key is to be transparent and to say, these are the 5 kinds of cookies that we have here, which are the ones we're going to accept. Noting that the essential ones, you have to accept them, otherwise it's not going to work, and the other ones, you decide whether or not you're going to accept them. So there's that transparency there. And at the end of the day, it needs to be a sense that this is the cookie. It's not the platform or the service provider that this is the cookie for the users. But let's just clarify that.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Finbar, with you're a social media person, will you say that Meta is doing its best in trying to abide by the 6 principles of data processing as provided by the NDPR, which includes lawfulness, minimization of data, consent, and so on and so forth?
Okay, let me attempt to answer this. First, I'm a politician, so I'm mindful that they have talked at least twice, so I'll take my own time and make it a little longer. You see, the issue of privacy is a fundamental issue because it is provided for the Constitution. Section 37 is very clear on the right to privacy, which includes data protection. And Section 13 says any other law that is inconsistent, to the extent of that inconsistency, that law becomes null and void. So you should know that we're talking on a fundamental constitutional provision, which is privacy. Every other regulation falls to that particular law. It derives its life from there. It's beyond data. It is what we give to them that they take. I mean, we're a country, we are sovereign. They should decide our sovereignty within the country. And so to the extent to which we give tech companies, that is what they should take. We should determine what is important. So I would love to pick out later, to give an analysis on that. Again. The problem we have is not the framework. The framework is excellent. It's well defined. The problem is on implementation. We are not protecting Nigerians enough. Many of us, I think, have had experiences. All the crime you're committing was just download a financial app, a banking app, or a loan app. The moment you provide your number and a sensitive information like your BVN, you notice that you begin to see very fraudulent links sent to you as text messages. That is why the regulators ought to help, because at that point in time you are helpless. You can only use that app if only you provide this critical information, like your phone number, like your BVN, like your email. But where does the messages now come from? It means that somewhere along the line, that data is not protected accordingly, and that is something that can only be handled by the regulators, because the consumer has no information as to where that leak has happened. It's the same thing with unsolicited messages. Your only offense is to download a transport app, and before you know it, one Uche sends you over 20 messages. We know that app. In one day, no, I didn't mention any company's name. But there is that Uche who keeps sending messages. You know, he sends you over 30 messages in one day. That is something that is beyond you, because you must use that app and you have provided your email that is supposed to help to give you messages from time to time. If there is obviously an abuse. And also Nigerians are not educated enough. Why is it that the moment I store somebody's number on my phone, the next second the person becomes a friend suggestion on a social media network? People begin to wonder, when did I consent? And again, when consent is not optional, for me it ceases to be consent. You download an application and it says, "Should we have access to your contact list?" And you say no, and you cannot use the app. Is that consent or force? You download apps, and the moment you deny consent to your pictures, deny consent to your contacts, deny consent to things within your application, the application ceases to work. Meaning that it wasn't consent, it was a requirement. And it shouldn't be consent. They didn't even need to ask. They should have just as well assessed it because you used your phone in doing it. And the moment you deny it, they now come back. So it's beyond a one company matter. The whole issue will rest with the regulators to seal the loopholes. It is not for them to protect Nigerians. There is no crime in using technology apps. The problem is that this critical information is being given, and then to what extent are this information kept in the country? Because it's also sensitive. Data regulation has procedures through which foreign companies can take information from Nigeria. In my opinion, these foreign companies have more data than even federal government agencies. They have more data, practical data. That is why they are able to exploit and send in those advertorials, because they have access to every conversation that you make. They have access to every number on your phone. They have access to the text messages. And I may not have proof, but I think that they use the data, because from the results and what these things are posed to you, you begin to see Meta has been quite fair on Nigerians to be fair with them. And of course, we have the top Nigerian, who is on the top of Meta, and he's my brother. Meta has tried as much as possible to integrate, but they are now like a government. They are almost inevitable. They only went off for 24 hours the other day, and some of us felt that part of our lives had come to an end. So at this point, we cannot even negotiate. We have to beg them because they're so fundamental. But what we're trying to say is that Meta is doing well, but it doesn't rest within them. Government should step up to continue to push the frontiers because they are in for business and they need every available data to aid interactivity to help businesses. They are in to make money, to channel the information to the appropriate advertisers. And so we must protect Nigerians from the hands of these companies and see that from time to time we keep on pushing the boundaries, because at some point in time we may see that we have given the tech companies so much power that should they go look or should they think something else, all of us will be endangered and will be obviously abused. I think that's my take on the matter.
Thank you very much. That leads us back to you, sir. No? I will give you the chance to do that. NCC is the chief regulator, and one of the most fundamental mandates of NCC is to protect Nigerians. We Nigerians can't deal with these tech companies personally. So, sir, I would like to know proactively, what has the NCC done to safeguard the data of Nigerians?
Thank you. I want to address a certain misconception here. We all know NCC is a telecommunications regulator, but we have got data is lying on top of multi-stakeholders. So NIDA is on top of the game when it comes to data regulation. And we can only do so much when you are pointing data to our face. Let me step back a little bit and say what we do. We provide the infrastructure upon which data are transported. Now, the application of data is down to the data companies. And to become a data company, you would have had to be licensed by NIDA as well. And to some extent, Meta. So it's a multi-stakeholder approach. But for us, what we do to minimize abuse of licensing is to make sure that when you do not obtain a license for A and use it for B. So data per se is not within our purview to regulate, but I can discuss with you here about the infrastructure in general. Now, in terms of policing the internet, as he had alluded, we have Data Governance Act, Data Governance Framework, which is a voluntary code. It has not got the force of law. So it is best practice recommendation that will say, behave this way. Just like the governance code, you behave this way. It's not necessarily mandatory, but is a thing factor. So all questions about data and how they are being used can be addressed on NIDA. But I will take questions on the infrastructure that supports data creation. Now, having to obtain data in a very compelling way also will have to do with our vulnerability. So our vulnerability as users sometimes can be, tested. Sometimes, I'm not excluded here. I can be very explorative, and getting to fish where I'm not supposed to fish. So internet all over the world, or in most parts of the world, especially the advanced world, was used to advance the cost of living. Okay, here we have turned the question on its head, and mostly we have read the textbooks and left everything that we're supposed to do, and then we are living on rent. So we get that sometimes it can be very boring what we get. So in summary, we have the Nigerian Computer Emergency Response Team.
that team is capable of detecting intrusion into our cyberspace. That's why it ends. But in terms of how data is being monetized, it's not really above you. So big data is eminent. People collect all sorts of data regarding our citizens, and they are domiciled some in Nigeria, some outside of Nigeria. It's not really above you to know what they do with that.
Okay, sir, it's not within your purview, it's with NIDA from
Yes.
your explanation.
Yes.
But in granting license to these technological companies, I am of the view that there are conditions that are given to these technological companies at the point of licensing.
Yes.
So, is there nothing that NCC can do where data collected by the technological companies is being abused? Can't NCC do anything about it by way of maybe penalties?
Obviously, licensing conditions are very, very strict. Abuse of licensing obligations is a very serious breach, and we frown at it very seriously. As a matter of fact, we passed breaches over to the law enforcement agents in some cases. That's why I said it requires a multi-stakeholder approach. So you cannot take our license and abuse it. NCC is not going to sit back and watch you take our license and abuse it. And that is why we provide what we call second degree support. If you have a problem with a service provider, for instance, somebody mentioned about having unsolicited message. If you get such and you call 622, after he has complained to our service provider and they did nothing, he will take it up and resolve it for you by way of second layer support. But your first layer support is your service provider. So we will then intervene on behalf of the consumers in all aspects of abuse of consumer rights.
Thank you very much. Quickly, mentor.
Thank you. I'm sure I don't have enough time to do justice to all what I want to mention. I wanted to just to clarify this misconception, in my opinion, that tech companies have the most amount of data. I would beg to differ. I would say governments, by their very nature, hold more data about citizens than tech companies do. And so that's why when you look at data protection frameworks, it doesn't only look at private companies. Generally speaking, everyone, public and private, are required to abide by the provisions of a data protection framework. And also the rates around, listening to seeing your SMSs, just in terms of practicality, that's not even possible for a tech company to see what your message is. That is telco company that's going to see what your messages are. And government obviously has laws that requires, for different reasons, requires telcos to sometimes share this kind of data, maybe for law enforcement reasons. So just to clarify that, generally speaking, people use many of the services voluntarily, and everyone is required to have a privacy policy, which is essentially a transparency document. If you want to understand what happens to your data, how is it collected, how is it used, how is it shared, you need to read the privacy policy and understand before you actually go ahead and use that particular service. But what we find is that people do not even attempt to read it and then complain afterwards. Or people get on these services and do not bother to find out what they can do to protect themselves. On the Facebook app, for example, we have a whole suite of tools that people can use, but anytime we have conversations externally, people always say they don't know that these tools actually exist. So I think
just to support what the previous speaker has said.
Just in 2 seconds, please, sir.
We all know about the 2005 Cybercrime Act, Prohibition, Prevention, etc. It provides for service providers to be able to store their information for a certain period of time. One could be 3 years. And within this period, if you don't have any concern, you go through the appropriate channel. If you need your data to be released, you can now come to NCC directly. There is a legal procedure for information to be released by the telcos, and the process starts with the security agents. You will normally apply to the security agents. They will now interface with NCC, and then NCC will now talk to the telcos, stuff like that. There's always a process that government.
All right, thank you very much for that information. Sorry, lastly, Mr. Finbar, in a second, what do you think the relevant authorities need to do to build the trust in the people, so as we could have a social media act, a legislation governing social media activities in Nigeria? Just in a second, please.
In a second, the only thing that can build trust is action. What the government must not just be working, but their work must be seen to be done. That's the only way trust can be built. Until Nigerians have seen that the agencies are acting well, they are acting strong, they are protecting us in every ramification, there will always be the problem of trust. And so everybody must have their hands on deck. Protect us, and the fight.
Thank you very much for that beautiful 1 second. And that concludes this session. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much to our panelists and of course to our moderator. I believe we are in a good place to receive questions for the panelists. Please, question and answer session begins now. We'll take about 2 questions, perhaps 3. So you regulate it, please.
Good afternoon. It's been interesting by one topic leading into the other. This morning we heard about framework, and then Fimba came in, if I can call it Fimba. He came in and he talked about governance in governance in what do you call it now? Social media. And then we've heard of Facebook and everybody online and everybody talk. My question cuts across the 3 lines. Policing. Are we capable of policing cyber crimes or social media, no matter the regulations? Can we really do it? Can we see a crime and call it a crime? Do we have a culture that does that? So no matter what the framework or the regulations are, we may never be able to identify a crime and call it a crime and treat it as such. So that goes back to Facebook. Are you ready to help government identify crimes in every society you are? Are you ready to say, this is the legislature of this country, what this person has done is a crime, will help them identify the person? Is that part of your social, what do you call it now? Your obligations?
Okay, so on the question directed to Meta in particular, if you look at our privacy policy, it actually also specifies enforcement request. So the simple answer is yes, but it's a little more complicated than that because there has to be a process that will be followed. So you have to make a request, it has to be an official request, and it cannot be from just anyone in government. It has to be from those who are authorized to make that request. And it has to be backed up by the force of law. It must comply with the requirements of the law of that country, like you mentioned. So if the law says, for example, you need to have a subpoena, you need to get that. You need to go to court to get it. Like whatever you need to do it. People to come to us and then say, this is what we're trying to do, we're trying to investigate X, Y, Z, and then we'll make sure that what you have said is actually what the law says, and it complies with, the relevant standards. So the short answer is yes, we do support and we help law enforcement in terms of requests that they make for information. But at the same time, it's not like a free for all, because we also owe a duty to our users to keep their information secure. So there has to actually be a legitimate reason for that, for the request to be made. But at the end of the day also, it is a very tough balancing act. I want to just acknowledge that, because you might find in some instances that there's actually really a law that says, this information needs to be given up. But like I said, also responsibilities to our users, and so it's always a constant balancing act. But once it fulfills all the requirements, we have our terms of service that says these are the conditions under which we give data. Once it fulfills all the requirements, we will do that. And there are different kinds of processes for doing that as well. Sometimes it might be that you need some time to be able to, you can ask for a preservation request. So for example, if you realize that you need some particular information, it's going to take you time to get the authorization from the necessary law enforcement agents. So you can come to us and say to us, we want to investigate this thing, we need this particular information, but we're going to need like a couple of, maybe a month. And we want you to preserve that data, pending where you actually get the appropriate law enforcement, the appropriate request that you need to get. So the short answer is yes, but it's not a free for all. There are particular processes that need to be followed.
Okay, thank you. We have heard from the politicians, in particular. Now, from government perspective, government has been doing a lot. Government has, the House of Parliament had approved Cybercrime Act of 2015. They were proactive in doing that, and I would like to read out a few of the penalties that can be associated with crime. The crime that's related to critical national infrastructure could attract a jail of up to 10 years. Unauthorized access to computer systems to formally acquire information could attract 7-year jail time. The interception of emails or electronic transactions, 7 years. A lot. Fraudulent receiving identity thefts, 7 years. Child pornography, 10 years. Cyber mistaking, 10 years. So that is the answer to the short answer to the question. We already have laws, that protects us. He asked, the question was, are we able to police the silence?
Those laws, identifying those laws and prosecuting them. It's not just even about cyber, it's about most of the laws in our country where they are flouted on a regular basis. And
I'm not sure I understand.
Okay, yes. The truth is we always have laws in this country,
yes.
But the basic problem is the implementation. The enforcement is where the problem lies, and that is where his concern is. So the simple answer to his question is yes, but subject to processes.
I'm not really aware.
He is asking.
I understand what you're saying. His concern is about implementation.
Yes, the implementation of the laws.
No, that's the point I'm making here.
Yes.
It's always very easy to say implementation. But if we're not there to go to, for example, I think we are in NGO.
No, Meta, Facebook.
Okay, for Facebook.
Yes.
So there are some information, you have information out there on how to go about your case.
Yes.
Assuming you have one.
Yes.
But to say there's no implementation is to say there's no regulation.
No, yes, you're right about that too.
Yes.
It's a two-way thing.
To say there's no implementation is to say, and then if you do not regulate the market cannot grow from nothing to 190 million subscribers and 30% broadband penetration. Means that there's implementation.
Yes.
You just have to go to the relevant authorities to get.
Yeah, maybe the problem is sometimes to be able to enforce this as an individual, there is a lot of bottlenecks for the individual subscriber to do that, and that's why reliance is on the regulators.
The regulators cannot take over your individual rights. If you don't have a point,
yeah, they can't, but you can assist.
You cannot transfer your responsibility
it's not
to the regulator. As I have said, if you have issues with your network providers and the call 62 after it has spoken to them and they gave you no satisfactory answer, we will intervene.
Okay.
We will need to let us know.
Yes. So are there procedures for an ordinary individual letting you know about an abuse to any of his rights?
Of course. Just call 622, but you must have demonstrated.
Call 622?
Yes.
That's it, call 622.
Yes. So what you must have demonstrated that you have spoken to our service providers and you got no joy. Well, you are not the first level support.
All right, thank you very much. One second.
I think that this is where the gap also lies, because it's interesting that we also know this. So you talked about regulations. I have mentioned that a couple of the regulations will now don't have the force of law. I remember what happened to the PINEC and card readers. Lofty idea. We went into the 2015 elections based on card readers. But you know what? Any regulation or law will always be tested in courts. And the Supreme Court ruled that the law does not know the card readers. And so all the election petitions that were built on the use of card readers in 2015 collapsed at the Supreme Court of Nigeria. It's the same thing with these regulations. Even this data regulation we're talking about, it is not a law. It is not the regulators who are to apportion punishments necessarily. It is the individual who has been hurt, who approaches a court of competent jurisdiction. The tech company is called, the regulator is called, the complainant is called, and the judge, who is blind to emotions, looks at the body and the text and the spirit of the law and interprets it accordingly. Until we have followed the process, the number one process is let's have strong tech laws, social media related, data protection related, cybercrime related, and then that is number one. Number two, we now have to begin to test these laws. Currently in the United States, there are so many laws. People are suing tech companies are suing people back, they are suing government. It means that the process has moved from step 1 to step 2, where the judiciary now begins the interpretation of these laws until we have moved. At the moment, we don't even have the tech laws. And so what do you approach the courts with? The courts can only rule based on those obsolete laws on defamation, Cybercrime Act of 2015 that has so many provisions that are, not in tune with the current technological realities. That is why we need strong tech laws urgently, and then move to the next stage to test them. Thank you.
Next question, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and every panelists. Thank you for a very interesting discussion. I actually have a question which is practical to answer our former question you just asked. One is a little bit practical in the sense that in all cases like that, we're talking about cybercrime. We have issues where maybe somebody comes to your house or even meets you in your car, which even happens sometimes in town. You're harassed, they say give me your ATM, and the next thing, your ATM is used to get the debit you. And the sad situation actually is that when such a thing happens to Nigerians, we really don't know where to cry to, because in most cases you really can't get information from the bank. This very person will be debited by either a criminal or a hoodlum or whoever debited you has a POS which was registered with the bank, a name and other details about the person, but you don't have access to that. You can't pursue the situation. What do we get to? Who are the agencies to do? We get, apart from the police report, there are so many processes we must pass through. I heard our panelists from NCC talk about, is it 622? I'm just hearing for the first time. I don't believe that if you call such a number, you would have access to justice, because these crimes keep coming up on a daily basis, and I think it's one of the most trending cases of cybercrime right now. They rob you either in your car or in your house, and then they use the pass, and you cannot follow it up. What can be done about it? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
The 622 is related to consumer protection, consumer protection. But if in the case of emergency, national emergency law that NCC is facilitating is 112. 112 is linked to the Nigerian police, to the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, to the Federal Road Safety Corps, to the Fire Service, and to the Nigerian Emergency Management Agency. So 112 is a national number that you can call. Now, to hear that somebody's ATM is taken out, he or she doesn't know where to go is completely alarming. You know, we are not in the space of you know, we're not a fintech, for instance. So we will do that will provide the infrastructure upon which fintech technologies drive. That's the one. It is almost very easy and very convenient for responsibilities to be pushed to the government. There's nothing wrong with doing that, but that's what government is there for. But we need to be a little bit, careful, when we try to create the impression that there are no regulations. The last speaker, my colleague here, of course, it's easy, in a normal world to say but there are regulations. CBN has got regulation, SEC has got regulation, NCC has got regulation. There are clear regulations, but the applicability is down to the individual to know how they are going to apply them.
Yeah.
But to sit down here and think that Nigeria is just riding on free space, it's not a fair comment to make. But citizens' rights and education and all that, they are very important. And if you ask, we'll find they are all there.
Thank you very much, sir. I think this concludes the section. You want to say something?
All right. So, thank you very much. I believe our time is fast spent. And thank you very much for all of your thoughts and your ideas. We truly appreciate. So we'll be calling for a group photograph with the chairman of the Senate committee. Please. Media, the photographers, please. So a round of applause for all of our panelists. A big thank you very much to Ololade Shailon from the Privacy Policy Manager, Meta Facebook, and of course to Enyekeme Fimba, the special assistant to the governor of Akwa Ibom State on new media. And of course, a big thank you also to our moderator, Dr. Habiba Musa. At this point in time, we'll be proceeding to have lunch. Lunch is served, and we'll be back to continue with the final session for today's conference. Please, we'll ask our dignitaries to take.
Check 2. We have about 5 minutes to the end of lunch time. Please, can we converge so we can continue with the next session, so we'll be done early enough to go back home. 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, the next session will begin.
What? Yes, Ashiru. I believe he is. I think that's what we're going to do. Okay. No, my cat's not here. It's exhausted. Pardon me?
Let me get his cat from me. His cat.
Okay, yes.
I have got a problem on MC. Also, I didn't get some people. I'm preparing to come to China.
Okay.
No,
we'll talk now. I don't have a problem. 081 726 777 84. So you left the course for the student?
No, I still do. You can do litigation, you can do solicitor, property sales, registration, property litigation as well. You find something. But I've done it. It's not like 3 years in one case. You're never sure of getting justice. But in Lagos, there's a multi-door court house, you can do arbitration, mediation, conciliation. What's the
Yeah, my friend is there.
You can say, you the case, Carol. I pre comes. I'm not sure if they're around.
Oh, that's all right. No, I think he's around. I think he's doing the next presentation. Sure, right?
I think it's like more.
What does this season mean to you? Unwrapping new thrills and adventures, or a dirty
Start the next session. Please, I crave the indulgence of the person seated on the right, on my right. Please, you may move to the middle aisle. Please move to the middle aisle, please, so we can have good images for our media materials. So, our next presentation is going to be presentation 5 by the Managing Director of Bulwark Intelligence,
Tanwa Ashiru, I believe, is prepared for us. All right, please, can we move to the middle aisle? Those that are seated to my right, please just find your way to the middle aisle. You can imagine how bare the middle looks. So we want to fill the middle aisle first, the middle rows first, and then we can actually have the spillover. Thank you very much. I truly appreciate you. Once again, this is day 2 of the 2021 International Legislative Stakeholders Conference on Digital Technology and Cybersecurity. And the theme for this conference is the digital theater and the future of Nigeria. The digital theater and the future of Nigeria. We've been having very interesting conversations from morning
We started yesterday and today is day 2, and we're about to go into the very last session, well, with the last set of presentation before we call it a day. I'd like to remind us all that this event, this conference, is hosted by the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybercrime, and my name is Yang Ati Yang, and I'm the master of ceremony for this event. At this point, we'll be proceeding with the next presentation, and the topic of discussion is a review of the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy, a review of the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy, gauging the implementation possibility in Nigeria. And to do the presentation is the Managing Director of Bulwark Intelligence. Please welcome Tanwa Ashiru as she makes, please a round of applause for Tanwa Ashiru. Interestingly, we have just a few people somewhat here, and the applause seems to be louder than it has been all a while. I think that's quite appreciated. I think it's because of what we're looking forward to from our next presenter, the Managing Director of Bulwark Intelligence, Tanwa Ashiru. Please, a round of applause for her once again.
Okay, is it working? Hello everyone. Let me hear back from you. Hi. Hey, are you with me? They have given me the hardest job of this conference, which is to present after lunch. So I might as well I can be here and just say rubbish and people will still clap for me because the swallow is not even letting you process what I'm saying. Anyway, that's the first hard part. The second hard part is that the screens have conveniently gone off during my session, so I don't know how this is supposed to work. I mean, I'm supposed to now present without you guys actually looking at my slides. So, You understand me? Alrighty. If you say so. Okay, so without further ado, I know my time is already ticking. Hopefully they can get the screens up and going before I finish up my presentation. We're looking at a review of the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy, gauging the implementation possibility in Nigeria. So in essence, before we talk about gauging if the policy can be implemented, I want us to do a quick review of this policy. Now, how many of us here have actually read the cybersecurity policy? Show of hands, let me see. Tell the truth and let the devil be ashamed. Well, we're all telling the truth. And here we are, all in a professional cybersecurity related event. So it's a major problem. This document was actually a very nicely written piece of work. It's 107 pages, so I don't blame you for not reading it. I had to eventually read it because of this session. So I went through all 107. I'm going to go through it very quickly, some of the key highlights. The first one is the document really started off by highlighting the local threat landscape. So it zeroed in on some of the major, there are like 7 cybersecurity threats that it narrowed on. And it also highlighted major cyber vulnerabilities and weaknesses, such as low human resources and capacity. So the digital literacy is very low, people that have capabilities, very low, so that was a problem. It also highlighted its strengths as the Nigerian government's willingness and commitment to defend the country against all threats. So if someone tells you that the Nigerian government is dedicated to defending the country against all threats, cyber and physical, not everyone really believes that, okay? So that was one of the, I guess where the distrust and the skepticism will start from. Now, the policy document also recognized the proactive and informed private sector as a major strength. So it said, you know what, one of the strengths we have, because it was a SWOT analysis, the private sector is strong. Next slide. I don't know what slides they're displaying, but hopefully you can catch me somewhere there. Then it discussed sort of three national objectives. It said there are three major national objectives: protecting national security, strengthening economic development, and then fighting corruption. It also gave 4 fundamental cybersecurity considerations, and then gave 8 pillars of strategic focus. So then the next slide then talked about cybersecurity governance through coordination. Now, what it was talking about here was establishing the National Cybersecurity Coordination Center, also known as NC3. And it also discussed sort of stakeholder collaboration, so getting, government, citizens, business, international partners, and coordinating that. From what I understand, I really liked this part of the document. It was really telling us, look, as the government was setting up the NC3 to try to coordinate everything related to cybersecurity for this country through that. But as I read it, I wondered if they've actually been successful in doing this. Now, next slide is on fostering protection of critical national infrastructure. So I think one of the panel sessions here earlier talked about this whole critical national infrastructure thing. And everyone's talking about how, yes, we have this plan and that plan in place. Now, what this document mentioned was that they recognize that it's important to protect the critical national information infrastructure, that's CNII. It also recognized that most critical national infrastructure is actually being run by the private sector. So as the government, they don't really have visibility on that. So one of the things that they did was to say, you know what, let's create this website so people can start registering the critical national infrastructure that they have, their assets. At least in doing that, we'll then be able to know what assets are available and we'll be able to take care of that. I went to the website. It's called publisher.cert.gov.ng. And I went on there to try to see if it would be, anyway, the website didn't work. So there were also other things that we were talking about, creating this network where everybody could talk together and synergize on this critical national infrastructure. Again, you really sit down and you think about it that, how much of the agricultural industry, for example, is tech savvy? How much of the water or even public administration is tech savvy? So I wondered if that part of the policy was actually realistic. Now, the document also talked about enhancing cybersecurity incident management. This is where it talked about the NG certs, as we all know, Nigerian Computer Emergency Response Team, and all this, sectoral certs and private sector C-certs. Again, is what they were proposing, is it really being done? Can you really actually implement these things? And that was one of the issues. Anyway, finally, just so I don't spend all my time talking about this document, because there are other things that we should discuss, the document and just the remaining points of it talked about strengthening legal and regulatory framework, enhancing cyber defense capabilities, so the role that sort of the defense, the military, the armed forces have to do with cyber defense, so the DSA and so on, promoting a thriving digital economy. Assurance and monitoring and evaluation is very key. You can't say you're going to do all these things and not put measures in place to monitor them. Enhancing international cooperation, and then funding and sustainability. Funding is huge. All these things we're talking about, part of the reasons why implementation hasn't really happened, show me the money. Where's the money? And I'll talk a little bit more about that. Next slide. The document's conclusion was very succinct. I liked it. It recognized that we're in a fast evolving, cyberspace. So it recommended that the document be revised every 5 years and that all stakeholders work together. It also showed sort of a table. So you see there's a table. I don't know if you're showing the table on there. But those tables actually showed where, some of the tasks that they wanted to do, so deliverables, who's responsible for it, and the timeline. And I went through that whole list. They had it was almost 10 pages worth of to-dos. And it was strong. I saw it, I thought it was pretty strong. But I thought to myself that, some of these things, if you actually got the private sector on top of it, they would get a lot of these things done a lot quicker, I think. So anyway, I also noted that some of those things were already underway. Some others probably had not even been touched already. So what is the main challenge with policy implementation? Looking through the action tasks, the truth is there's some unique challenges in implementing strategic documents in Nigeria. We have some weird issues. So it's always a challenge when you have a strategic document and you say, let's implement it. So I'm going to go through that a little bit here. Reviewing the document, I wondered if it was an over-ambitious policy and strategy document, especially for one that needs to be reviewed every 5 years. Some of the action items they had there seemed like they were for more mature digital environments. So that was one of the key things. The policy is also set up in such a way that they want the government is going to do 50%. They want the citizens and, everybody else, other stakeholders to do their own half, their own part. But have you ever known people to just willingly do their own parts if they're not getting paid for it? That's one of the major issues that we're looking at. Digital literacy across the country is low. In fact, many of the government agencies that are listed as stakeholders, they themselves need cybersecurity awareness. They themselves need to improve their digital literacy. If you ask any government official what sort of email, you ask them for their email now, they're giving you Yahoo, Gmails. It doesn't get more vulnerable than that. And also, even till now, you give a person a gift, in the gift it has a USB stick, and people are actually taking that and they'll use that in their work computers. That's just, it's a lot. So some of these agencies I recognize are actually more aware than others. So for example, banks, they've been disproportionately affected by cyber attacks. So it's a matter of life and survival for the bank. So they've had to stay on top of digital literacy. Also, you have like maybe the presidency, office of the NSA, those sort of agencies that know what's up with regards to, cyber and cybersecurity. So their own cyber defense infrastructure might be stronger. But like they say, you're only as strong as your weakest link. Besides, half the time you probably still have to communicate with some of the other agencies that have minimal to no cybersecurity infrastructure, and unfortunately, that really gets to them. Now, there was a major cyber attack on Target. I think Choma had mentioned it during one of her sessions. That incident was successful because the attackers gained access to Target's systems, not because of anything wrong Target did. Target is a major retail company in the US, and they are so big on digital awareness, all their staff, they had all the measures in place. Why were they attacked? Their vendor. Okay, part of the process for them getting paid is you have to log onto this system where you upload and submit your invoice before you get paid. And then the attackers then found one of the vendors that was vulnerable and used that as the attack vector. So at the end of the day, if your digital defenses remain low, you're still going to be vulnerable. If the people around you are still not strong, you'll be vulnerable. The next one is lack of appropriate technology for implementation. Now, we're in 2021, and NEPA is still taking lights. I never expected it. I thought by now we would have gotten ourselves together, but think about it, right? Many cyber criminals today operate 24/7 power infrastructure, and our own local law enforcement just got to sit down in police station for one day. All right, and just see how long it is when the power takes before the power comes back up. It's a problem. All an attacker needs to do is coordinate their attack to coincide with the power downtime. Even while we're sitting here, the power went out for like a little 3-minute, 4-minute window. That's all they need. In 2008, there was a cyber gang that extracted $9.8 million from a US bank, and they did it over a major holiday. So in the US, they have this holiday called Labor Day, and it's a whole weekend because Labor Day is on a Monday. So that whole weekend is like a 3-day weekend. Nobody is working, everyone's chilling. They stole $9.8 million because of that. Again, downtime. So technology, I think our technological infrastructure, especially in the area of electricity, hasn't helped us out. Also, we lack appropriate software and hardware technologies. They require a lot of investments, really. They're very expensive, and the capacity is not here. In fact, that strategy document highlighted that one of the pains, one of the weaknesses that we have is the fact that we still have to rely on foreign providers to give us ICT and IT related solutions. The next is political will, sustainability, and support.
Evidence exists to support that the political will necessary to drive long-term policy making tends to dissipate over time. Why? A lot of times the politicians are really happy about the glory of passing the bill and all of that, but they don't really want the condemnation of inadequate implementation. So also, when the government changes, we notice that the direction, the focus also changes sometimes. So how are we sure that the next crop of leadership will still want to promote cybersecurity the way that we're doing right now? The next, I should say, tight pockets. I don't know if it's tracking down there, or costs, something about costs. But, costs is a major issue. So implementing cybersecurity solutions are costly. Getting the right tools, 24/7 monitoring, it's a lot of money. How are we going to do it? That policy document had a whole section where we talked about funding. And I can tell you this from what I know, it has not been easy, even for them to raise and generate those funds, even how they listed it in that well-written document. So it's a lot. And some of these solutions, like I said, required a lot of money. Listen, the other day I read in the news that policemen had not been paid for a few months and they were grumbling. In fact, that particular headline was so brutal. The headline said, "Broke Nigerian government owes policemen." So if you're thinking of policemen who are supposed to protect the physical, people of Nigeria, how do you justify to the Nigerian people, or even to these policemen, sorry, these billions that we need to pay you, we actually needed to fund cybersecurity? I mean, for them, it's just, how do we justify that? So funding is still a major issue with regards to implementation. And finally, trust issues. See, the Nigerian Cybersecurity Crime Act was signed into law in 2015. And in that act, there's a section there, section 21 says, any person or institution who operates a computer system or a network, whether public or private, must immediately inform NG-CERT of any attacks or intrusions or any disruptions. Guys, can you answer this for me? Is that happening? Are people reporting everything that's going on? Absolutely not. A Kaspersky report came out in August of 2021, so that was just a couple of months ago, and it said that Nigeria, on the continent of Africa, were the ones who have suffered the worst cyber attacks on the continent. There's another report that came out last year. That one indicated that 86% of Nigerian organizations had suffered cyber attacks. So imagine this, 10 of us standing here, 8 out of the 10 have suffered cyber attacks. How many of us out of the 10 or out of those 8 have actually reported these attacks, right? So it's a major problem. Cyber attacks are still treated in some kind of secrecy. In fact, some companies tend to threaten people who have found these vulnerabilities and found these attacks. They threaten them with legal action and so on. And we all know why, especially if it's private sector. Imagine if someone comes and says, oh, they've stolen $9.8 million from your bank. I don't know about you, but if it's my bank, I'll probably be there first in the morning trying to withdraw my own money. It's not as if my own small money will make a difference, but still, it's just that whole mindset, and they don't want that panic. So that's probably why people don't report these things. So there are some issues that are affecting successful implementation of national security policies, like I've talked about. But what is the implementation possibility? Meaning, can the policy be implemented? I think it can, but it's going to take much longer than we realize. That's number one. Number two, it's going to be pretty expensive. So I don't know, that funding structure, we really need to rethink that. And in the short to medium term, we're going to have to rearrange some of the priorities that the policy has already listed. So I have 5 action items that can assist in getting that policy implementation going. The first is to improve digital literacy. The policy document noted that the greatest weakness with regards to Nigeria's cybersecurity is the human factor. It's the same everywhere, not just here in Nigeria. Let me explain. There's an incident called Candy Drop, okay, it's now known as Candy Drop. In 2008, a foreign intelligence service left flash drives in the parking lot outside a US base. So that tactic is called Candy Drop. Now, a soldier saw it. I don't know about you guys, but sometimes they just say, I've stopped doing that. But I remember back then I would see a flash drive and you think, oh, I'm blessed. And then you take it and start using it because you're looking for one. Same thing, a soldier picked it up, used it on a computer on the U.S. Military Central Command Network. That USB drive uploaded a worm in their system, and it took them at least 14 months, which is over a year, just to get it cleaned out of their systems. There's another one, working tools, so how we use our work systems for anything and use it anyhow. There's a civilian contractor at a defense firm, and he uses work computers for personal activities. Same thing, we all do it. So these file sharing websites, back then, like when you need to download new movies that have come out, new music back then, you want to download them. So it's file sharing, and what it's doing is it's just, picking up the information from other people's systems. He used his work computer to access that. What ended up happening, unbeknownst to him, that means it was also sharing the data and the information on his network with people who are within that network. He ended up sharing information about top secret designs for a classified fighter aircraft unknowingly. Geotagging, let me tell you about that one too. There were some soldiers who took a picture of some new helicopters that just arrived in Afghanistan. On the surface, there was nothing wrong with it. They were just helicopters. They weren't even classified helicopters, right? They posted it on social media, nothing. What they didn't realize was that it was geotagged. So it had details about exactly, so the picture, when you look at the metadata, has information about where that picture was taken. The insurgents were able to use that information of what they uploaded on social media, got the location of where those pictures were taken, and overnight they fired mortars into that location and destroyed all 3 helicopters, okay? I can go on and on about human errors that have been made, which organizations are very vulnerable to. So if anything, my point of giving all these explanations is to say, improving digital literacy really should be a major focus because of that weak element that we have, which is the human factor. Now, another thing I know for a fact is that the government doesn't have to do it themselves. They can work with the private sector to get this done. The other day, CSHON, most of you here know CSHON, Cybersecurity Experts Association of Nigeria, contacted me and said, hey, Tawa, we would be happy to provide cybersecurity awareness training for free for your staff of your organization. And I jumped on it. First of all, I jumped on it because I know them. Or if it was some random person that came to me, I probably won't. But I know them, and I said yes. And they did it, and my staff were so happy. They learned so much from it, and it was effective. And I sat down, I thought about it, and I said, do you guys collect money? Who's funding this? How are you doing this? And think about it. If we're able to put such a structure in place where the government says, okay, you know what? Since we have organizations like this, you guys go ahead and keep pushing with the digital literacy and let them be funded through that. It would decentralize sort of achieving that digital literacy goal. So we can really fund private sector organizations to push that agenda. Next slide. Allow private sector take the lead on some implementation. So the report indicated that the strengths of Nigeria's digital space was the advancement of private sector. So let's start hiring them to get things done. Let the government focus on only what government can do. And there's some things that only the government can do. We recognize that. Let them focus on that and let them try to delegate the rest. So listen, I work in the private sector. Trust me, I know that what drives us in the private sector is not what drives my government colleagues. So if you want things done, sometimes you got to look that way. Next is increase awareness of available resources. So unlike that other publisher website for the National Critical Infrastructure that was down, the NGCERT website is up and running. And that website, there's a part of it there that even allows you to report cyber incidents, any incidents that happen. So I have a screenshot there, but you'd have to look at it properly. Now, how many of you guys are actually aware that there is such a website and there's a link where you can report incidents? You can report it either as an individual, so if you have suffered any kind of cyber crime, you can report it yourself. Or an organization, they can report it as well. I just feel like a lot of people don't know about this. And I really feel that we probably need to hire, I don't know which advertising agency worked on eNaira, but all I know, everybody is talking about eNaira. We need to hire those people because we need to really get people talking about being able to report any cyber attacks that they're dealing with. Next slide, building trust. Listen, Unfortunately, as it stands right now, Nigerians do not trust the government. It's an unfortunate truth. So when it comes to implementing cybersecurity policy, which is really actually set out to protect Nigerians and protect our economy and our sovereignty, but a lot more has to be done to build trust. I think one of the last speaker, the one before me who was the essay on social media, he kept saying the same thing over and over again. Trust is a major issue. So more has to be done to build trust. If you want real collaboration, people need to know, number one, if they report an incident, will actions be taken? Will they receive support? Okay? Number two, if they report an incident that was caused because of their own negligence, will it come back to bite them? Will they get persecuted because of that? Number three, if they declare their critical national information infrastructure assets, will they start getting harassments from other government agencies? Trust me, I know how. Think about this, right? I know like statutory requirements for businesses. There's some that when you pay for those ones, then all of a sudden, NSITF, ITF, BPP, CPP, VAT, everybody wakes up and is like, this company, have you paid your this, have you paid your that? So if they declare these assets, will it start making them a target of other agencies? And number four, is the government really serious about this? Will this whole policy and strategy and the drive for pushing for cybersecurity, will it outlive the current administration and will it outlive politics? Because there's always, political agenda. So these are some things that we need to think about, and the government or the ONSA, who is responsible really for implementing this, really needs to think about. Finally, we have harnessing the knowledge and skills of local bad actors. Listen, harness the knowledge and skills of local actors. I'm talking about the bad guys. Let me tell you, I was in an office the other day of one government agency, and there was a lot of buzz going around, and I asked, hey, what's going on? The guy said, Tawa, $8 million was stolen from 4 different Nigerian banks. And he said, you know the worst part? It wasn't done by North Korea. It wasn't done by Russia. It is our own local Nigerian boys here, right here, that are doing it. So if you think about it, I told him, sir, listen, when you arrest these people, please don't lock them up and put them in a jail to rot somewhere. No, you arrest them, open up a classroom, put them in there, and let them start teaching your men how they do these things. They now work for the states. Let them realize that, because you got to try to build your cybersecurity capacity by any means necessary. Listen, these local boys are far advanced. These local bad cyber actors are so much more advanced. So you need to start making sure that you're learning and building that capability from them. All right, next slide. In conclusion, all right, the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy is a well-written document. Actually, if I may say so, it really is. I went through all 107 pages. It was really good. But its successful implementation is hampered because it might be too ambitious for an enforcement population that has low digital literacy. The appropriate tech for implementing it is still lacking. The political will, sustainability, and support might still be low. Limited funds and resources, money is always an issue. And there are still trust issues between stakeholders, all right? So successful implementation is possible, and it can happen, but with some additional steps. Number one, we really need to prioritize and keep focusing on improving digital literacy among the populace. Remember, this function can be delegated and decentralized a little bit more. The government per se doesn't need to be involved in this. They can hire private sector a little bit to do that. So allow private sector to take the lead on some of these action items. Increase awareness of available cybersecurity resources that are out there. Let people really know what is available for them. Let them see that the government is really putting things in place to assist them and to help them if they've suffered any kind of cyber attacks. Building trust among stakeholders is key. Harnessing the knowledge and skills of local bad cyber actors, we need to make sure we're doing that. But then when it's all said and done, there needs to be a level of doggedness, tenacity, just intense focus with bringing the goals to fruition, because we can have lists upon lists, to-dos,